Hello, Skirt Flipper. Hope you're having a fantastic existence. Welcome to the stream. Let's play some more Cursed Lands. Continue. Now let's see, where were we? Party talk? Desira. Hey Jade, how's it going? Just checking in on you. How goes the bread making? That? Well, I gave it a few more tries and I think I'm just not cut out for baking. Really? You're giving it up? I wouldn't say I'm giving up as much as I'm resolving to move on to something else. Though what exactly my new hobby should be, I'm not quite sure. Still, I'm glad that I spent time baking. I learned something about myself in the process. What did you learn? I perform best in times of need. I don't follow. When I was a girl, I made bread because it was cheaper than buying it. My bread making was something born out of poverty. On a certain level, I enjoyed it, but the reason I did it is because I had to. Now, going back to baking as an adult, I don't approach it with the same sense of severity. It's more of a hobby at this point. Is that a problem? Baking is a science. It requires a lot of attention to detail. When I was a girl working with limited resources, you can be sure that I never spilled anything. Every ounce of flour was accounted for. I paid very close attention to the details. But coming back to it as an adult, I just don't approach it with the same level of precision. I'm not as fastidious as I once was. The sense of necessity and pressure is gone. I begin working in the kitchen, and my mind begins to wander. I lose my sense of focus, and I don't concentrate fully on the task in front of me. Back then, I was hungry. I knew that my ability to eat depended on my ability to bake. That gave me a kind of vigilance that I can't match now. Maybe you just need to try cooking on an empty stomach. It's not the same. No matter how I approach it, cooking is a hobby now. I'm not worried about feeding myself or my mother. I know I won't go hungry now, and because of that, I've lost my edge. I think that's why I came to like combat so much. There's a certain sense of peril in the throes of combat that I find energizing. When I get injured, it's exhilarating, in a sense, and the closer to death I am, the more focused I feel. Do you think that's odd? Do you have a similar kind of reaction in extremely stressful situations? It is not odd at all. There are lots of people who are adrenaline junkies. It's perfectly fine. I perform best when the pressure is on and the stakes are high. And that's Desir maxed out. There we go. See, you know what I'm talking about. I wouldn't say that I crave danger, but when it comes to me, I welcome it with open arms. In fact, part of me is tempted to go and seek it out. That's funny, Desir. Looking at you, most people probably wouldn't expect a woman of your stature and constitution to be a thrill seeker. Think about what I was doing when you met me. I was stealing from a high-powered man with a reputation for ruthlessness, for no reason other than to satisfy a personal vendetta. That's not the kind of behavior you would expect from a mild-mannered person. True, true. I don't know what is. Whatever I'm confronted with danger, it feels like everything is up to fate, and in a weird way, that gives me a certain sense of peace. And that's why you're bad at baking bread. Yes, I guess you're right. I just need to find a more dangerous hobby. Do whatever you think you need to do. Well, do whatever think you need to do, Desira. If you want to go thrill seeking, then venture forth and confront danger. You seem to be taking this revelation very well, but please, you can rest assured that I have no intention of placing myself in danger's way. I'll enjoy danger when it comes, but I'm not going to deliberately put myself in peril. At least not until this whole business with Namar is done and over with. Anyway, thanks for hearing me out, Jade. It feels a bit crazy for me to hear myself say these things out loud, but in a way, I've come to understand myself better. I walk up to Galan. He's sitting outside the city gates, perched on a rock with his legs folded in the lotus position. I give him a wave before I realize that his eyes are closed. I walk up to him and watch him for a moment as he silently meditates. Galan speaks with his eyes still closed. Hello, Jade. How did you know it was me? The rhythm of your breathing, the pace of your gait as you approached. That and the fact that you decided to stand there, watching me. I assumed you were someone I knew, and the number of people who come to visit me while I meditate is actually quite small. So really, recognizing you without looking isn't as impressive as it looks. It's still impressive. I don't think many people could do the same. I found that being present-minded has allowed me to pick up small details that I might otherwise miss. It makes me just a little bit more reactive to the things around me. You've got better reflexes? That would be overstating it, I think. I've noticed it in combat too. Being just a bit more reactive hasn't allowed me to dodge blows. But if I can recognize a blow is coming just a fraction of a second before it hits me, I can brace for it and lessen the impact. Sort of like a boxer who learns how to roll with his opponent's punches. Yes, it's quite similar to that. I find myself flinching and reacting in ways that allow me to take just a little bit less damage whenever I absorb a blow. You say just a little bit, but when it comes to a crisis situation, sometimes just a little bit can make all the difference. I hope that we triumph over our foes by more than just the skin of our teeth. But yes, in a dire situation, it could mean the difference between living and dying. All this from your meditation practice. Yes, training myself to be mindful has had more tangible benefits in my life though, such as I feel a greater sense of serenity and contentment. I used to find that even small things could trigger my anger. Someone bumping into me on the street, or someone not quite hearing me correctly when I spoke to them. My temper was a problem. Now I find it easier to accept the things that happen to me. I find myself observing and accepting the things around me, rather than judging them. I'm glad that you found peace, Galan. I hope that calling you into combat doesn't undermine that. Don't worry, Jade. When it comes to being violent and frenzied, I'm more than capable of doing damage with this hammer if the situation requires it. But it only happens when I want it to. When you need a crazed dwarf to start wailing on a bunch of zombies, I'll be there. Now, I'm in control of when it happens. I've been thinking of what I'll do when this whole business with Namar is over and done with. Already decided on a new career? I've been thinking about that monk that introduced me to meditative practice in the first place. I've learned to achieve a better state of present-mindedness, but, truth be told, I think that I know very little when it comes to meditative practice. Furthermore, most of my meditation has been focused on being present-minded. It's an exercise in trying to take in the world around me. But there's more to this world than the things that we can see with our eyes and touch with our hands. Lately, my mind has been turning to matters of the everlasting. Are you thinking of joining a monastery? I've thought about it. However, joining in any order of monks is a massive commitment. It's not the kind of decision I would make lightly. Do I really want to devote the rest of my life to that kind of practice? The idea frightens me a little. And the more that I learn about such things, the more I realize that I really am content with the way my life is right now. I'm not looking to massively change who I am or what I do. What I do know is that right now, my life has a purpose, and that purpose is slaying the undead. And there's Galan maxed out. Then let's work together and make that come to fruition. Of course, Jade. Of course. There we go. So the only ones we don't have maxed out are Lyric, Cyrissa, and Jasper, and they are only missing a half heart. Very good. Amazon Citadel, Lena, Jade, Lena, hello. Lena doesn't actually ask what I'm doing, but sensing a slight hint of curiosity in her steady gaze, I go ahead and explain. I was just observing the people inside the Citadel, and I have to admit that I find Amazon society pretty interesting. Everyone here works towards a common goal. I don't think I've come across a single idle person in the whole Citadel. That sounds like a compliment. That's probably because it's supposed to be. What you Amazons have accomplished here is impressive, to say the least. Thanks, Jade. It's quite different than the chaos of Grimoire, isn't it? I can agree with that much, though. What is it? It's just, well, I feel like people in Grimoire have more freedom. More freedom. What do you mean by that? Men are free, in that sense. Don't get me wrong, I often wondered if men are really all that useful myself. I mean, you don't exactly need them for anything besides procreation and recreation, for those who are interested, of course. Of course. I think there are some nomad tribes ruled by men who only use women to procreate. That's sort of the opposite of what we do. Yes, but the fact that I've never heard of them means they're not a big tribe. Everyone knows about the Amazons. True, but what else do you expect me to say, Jade? I like Amazon society how it is. I wouldn't change anything. I wonder if there's a positive route there. There are no explicit laws that allow slavery, no practice there are slaves in Grimoire 2. Massive amounts of poor people in the streets, people who owe money to banks, people who owe their freedom to the Empire's army. For the believers, they are tied to their respective gods' traditions. I don't see all that freedom that you're talking about, Jade. One can be a slave without being labeled one. While I don't entirely agree, that's an interesting perspective. Okay, so that was the right one. That was the right one, apparently. I'm glad that you find my reasoning interesting, at least. I don't think this one will eventually lead to a positive, right? Even you admit that you were impressed by it. Why change something that works so well? You're right, sometimes I wish other races and nations would put more power in the hands of women. I even think we'd be more fit to rule than men because we're less impulsive. Well, at least in general. I probably can't say the same of you. Hey. You'll have to excuse me, Jade. I have recruits to train. Her abrupt exit makes me wonder if I... Yeah, okay, so that's not the right one. There's no slavery in Grimoire. Not that matters because we got her maxed out, but... What are our current quests again? The Mediator. Visit Lady Geraldine and Sir Cedric in Lothark. Which we did. We just gotta make a decision on which one to go with now, right? I'm assuming that their icon will pop up, but their icon did not pop up for their original two. So I'm not sure their icon will pop up. Well, it's not there today, so end day. Kind of interesting. I kind of wonder what this area right here is. It's like some sort of demon thing. We haven't been able to go over there, so I don't know what that is. Nope, nothing to do today, so advance again. Vayreal, what's up, my friend? Jade, it's good to see you. Vayreal, is this your home? It feels odd to call this inn my home. I have slept here every night since coming to Grimoire, and yet it seems that all I do here is sleep. Most of my waking hours are spent in the infirmary. I've never had occasion to entertain guests, and even when I have, it's been at the infirmary. Did my visiting you at work bother you? Not at all. The infirmary keeps me busy, but it's a dark place. Perhaps that's why I was drawn to it. The darkness seems to suit me better than the light. When you come to visit, you're like a light from the darkness. Seeing you brightens my day. I take you out at night to fight undead monsters, and together we trekked into a blighted and decaying wood. I'm not sure that I deserve to be called a light from the darkness. You walk through darkness, and yet you project light everywhere you go. And I've willingly followed that beacon everywhere she's taken me. I lived alone for many years. When I heard you making a ruckus in the forest, I wasn't sure what I would feel when I saw you. I think I was apprehensive. I was fearful. I didn't know what kind of trouble you might be bringing with you. When I laid eyes on you, I felt no fear. I felt an incredible calm. You looked just like an angel fallen from heaven. I'm not sure I deserve to be compared to an angel. Even on a good day, I don't look very divine, and especially not when I'm covered in bruises and cuts from falling out of a tree. Please don't misunderstand me, Jade. I serve at your beck and call. You need people who are willing to follow you into battle, to lay down their life if need be, and I am just one of those people. While our relationship is certainly nothing trivial, I also understand that it's also nothing special. I must confess, when we met in the forest and I shouldered your weight and felt your grip around me, I did feel something in that moment. I saw you as someone that I wanted to protect, to guard, to shield from all harm. I imagined that perhaps you and I might be two souls destined to be together. I let my mind get away from me. Forgive me, Jade. I felt something for you then, but I've buried those feelings. It would be improper for someone who is your follower to think such things. You're more than just a follower to me, Vayreal. That day we met in the forest, I felt a connection to you, just as you felt for me. As you lifted me from the ground, I felt the warmth of your embrace, and I felt safe. In my mind, I entertained thoughts that you might whisk me away from all harm, that you would take me to a place where we would be together. My responsibilities don't allow for such fantasies to be realized. I have obligations I must fulfill, as do you. But would it be so wrong for us to forget those obligations for just one night? To be together and think of nothing but each other? Jade. Vayreal opens his arms wide, and I collapse forward into his embrace. I feel strong, warm arms wrap around me, and I place my hands on his chest, gazing into his deep, soulful eyes. Vayreal, Vayreal lowers his head next to mine, and I feel the warmth of his breath tickle my ear as he whispers into it. Jade, you don't have to say anything. I grab hold of his robe. Okay. Get the BRB screen ready just real quick. I grab hold of his robe and slide it off his shoulders. I grab his belt and tug at it, struggling with the buckle for a few moments. Allow me. Vayreal places his hands over mine, grasping them firmly but gently. He places my hands on my own belt, and I begin undoing it as he undoes his. Oh, okay. Not too bad. Definitely very sexy, but not too bad. Okay. I think Twitch will be okay with this. We undress, and Vayreal leads me to the bed. We spend a moment, eyes locked. You're beautiful, Jade. Every part of you is beautiful. The way you smile, the way that you move, the way that you always push forward with steadfast determination. Every day I've known you, I've gotten to see more of who you are, and every step of the way I like what I see. I want to know you, Jade. I want to know all of you. I slide into bed beside Vayriel and feel his arms close. As I lie in bed with Vayriel's embrace, I feel warm and safe. I wish that this could last forever, but one night will do for now. Well, that happened. Yep. And that was, nope, that's not what I wanted to click. Vayriel Romance CG. So, yep, that happened. Cyrus, find myself once again traveling to the human swamps to see Cyrissa. As I approach our usual spot, I start to hear people screaming at each other. Could it be? I quicken my step, hoping to reach them before things get out of hand. When I arrive, I spot Enoch leaving with a grumpy look on his face, while Cyrissa stays near the river, her tail dipped in the water. Is this a bad time? Hey, Jade. And no, it's fine. Come here. I move closer to Cyrissa, who keeps her gaze fixed on the water flowing around her tail. The sound of the running river has a relaxing effect, almost mesmerizing. Isn't it beautiful? I could just stay here and watch it all day. You? Yes, I could definitely stay here and watch you all day. And there's Cyrissa, maxed out. Silverissa? I'm still not sure how to say her name. Come on, Jade, I was talking about the river. But I do appreciate what you said. You're such a tease. I've learned from the master. Her name is Silverissa. Why don't you sit down next to me? I didn't think that you would be someone who appreciated things like this. You find it strange that a bloodthirsty Naga would take time to appreciate nature's beauty and relax from time to time. Don't twist my words, you know I didn't mean it like that. Most races, humans, dwarves, elves, well, no, not elves. They usually make a point of appreciating nature, but it's pretty common for people from other races to be too preoccupied with their busy schedules to enjoy things like this. I see. I noticed that when you took me to see Grimoire at sunset, there was a non-stop activity even after dark. Yeah, they never stop. That's a bit sad, isn't it? All those people and none of them have the time to just stop and enjoy the world they live in. I feel lucky compared to them because here I have all the time in the world. Would you like to take another trip to Grimoire? Yes, I would like that. Thank you, Jade. You're always so nice to me. You don't need to thank me. I honestly just like spending time with you. You know, if we hurry, we might be able to get there in time for me to show you. Wait, you misunderstood. I do want to go, but not right now. Let me guess. Enoch? Yes. I thought I heard a fight while I was coming here. What happened? Nothing you need to worry about. It isn't anything big. Even so, if there's something I can help with. You're very kind, Jade, but this is something that should stay between him and me. I need to solve it myself. Besides, you have already helped me with a much bigger problem. I'm already going to be in your debt forever as is. I don't need to go adding to it. I see. I suppose I should start asking for something in return so you can start paying it off. I look forward to seeing what you come up with. She says it with a sly grin that sends my thoughts into dangerous territory. We both stop talking at the same time. She turns her attention to the river, and I end up doing the same. In this silence, the sound of running water and birds fluttering from tree to tree nearby becomes more pronounced. We're only there for a few minutes, but it feels like a pleasant eternity. Even if we're not talking to each other, spending time enjoying the scenery of Silversa like this is something I've grown to love. After a while, Silversa cautiously moves her hand closer to mine. When I don't make a move to stop her, she slides her hand over mine and twines her fingers with mine. She smiles at me, and I smile back in turn, but we both remain silent. It's as if neither of us wants to risk ending such a perfect moment. We stay like that for a bit longer before Silversa finally decides to speak. So, do you ever think about what you'll do after all this is over? Marry you and have a lot of children? You with children? That sounds like a terrible idea. And who says I would marry you? Ouch, you're breaking my heart here, Silversa. She giggles. Seriously though, considering how much traveling you do, what are you going to do with kids? What, you think I can't run around Erevorn with a gaggle of children in tow? They could carry my equipment for me. Maybe, until they get eaten. That's why I plan to have a lot of them. That's terrible and absurd. Almost as absurd as marrying a Naga. I don't really see what's so absurd about that part. You wouldn't? Still, I was kind of looking for a serious answer, you know? Yeah, I know. I don't really know what I want to do in the future, though, Silversa. Our little moment gets cut short when we hear some rustling coming from the vegetation nearby. Silversa stands quickly, ready to unsheath her swords, when Enoch slides out of the bushes and into view. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you two. Don't worry about it. I'm just glad it was you and not some monsters we would have to deal with. Now that Enoch is back, I should probably take my leave. He and Silversa still need to sort out that issue they were having earlier, after all. Anyway, this is probably a good time for me to get going. So soon. Duty calls. It was a pleasure, as always, but I need to get back to Grimoire. I can't help but notice we didn't get a boost there. Okay, so that's the one we were supposed to do. I don't know, but I would like to continue seeing you. Silversa's hair bounces as she turns her head towards me and flashes me a big smile. Yes, I would like that. I want to keep seeing each other too, no matter what both of us end up doing in the future. Hearing her earnest reply warms my heart. I smile back and squeeze her hand affectionately. Duty calls. It was a pleasure as always, but I need to get back to Grimoire. Bye, Jade. As I walk away, I glance back to see the two of them talking together. To my relief, they seem to be doing it in a calm and relaxed manner. I don't know what's going on between them. They've never fought like this before, at least not as far as I know. I have to wonder if the root of their problem is actually me. Maybe I am overthinking things, though. It's kind of egotistical to think I'm the source of their issues, isn't it? I doubt I'm important enough to be worth fighting each other over. I venture into the desert and I see Lyric standing at the edge of the sand dunes. He must have seen me before I saw him, because by the time my eyes focus on him, he's already waving at me. I walk across the sands to meet Lyric. Hello, Lyric. You're awfully far away from the Dune Marchers settlement. Do you usually stray this far away? No. Now I am but a sentry. Today a new leader watches over the Dune Marchers. Lyric, you haven't been deposed as leader, have you? Me? Deposed? Lyric laughs a deep and guttural laugh. No, nothing of the sort. Actually, I fought hard to have this happen. You're going to need to explain to me what happened. Jade, the process by which our tribe's leader is chosen has always been one that has been somewhat fraught. I'm not sure if you know this, but there is no second in command. Not formally, at least. So who would replace you if you were to die? That is a good question. and it's a question that doesn't have a clear answer. That is what I am setting out to change. You see, the way that our tribe works, any warrior who lives to see the 7th decade of his life is granted elder status within the tribe, and collectively the elders decide who is the tribe's leader. However, the decision is not made until the previous leader is killed. So how did you become leader? I was anointed by the elders. I was tremendously lucky. I had, in my childish egotism, presumed that it would be me who would lead the tribe one day, so I spent my entire life preparing for that day, and it eventually came. However, the decision came as a surprise to me. The elders never bothered to ask whether I was ready for the task. I didn't find out myself until the very moment that they announced their decision to the entire tribe. It was jarring, to say the least. I began thinking, what if they had chosen someone else? Someone who wasn't ready to take on the mantle. Perhaps they chose you specifically because they judged you worthy. Yes, that is the system as it has been for generations, and it has worked reasonably well. However, the more I spend as leader of the Dune Marchers, the more I come to realize just how fragile this thing is. One bad leader could lead the tribe to ruination. Leaders can only be deposed by death, you see. A leader needs many skills. To lead the Dune Marchers, one must be a warrior, but one must also have an understanding of a person's soul. One must have the ability to look into someone's eyes and see their worth, to be able to speak to them in a way that confirms their trust. I'm sorry, I must sound as though I'm talking nonsense. It may sound grandiose, but I understand your meaning. The point is that it's difficult to know someone will do the job until they've had a chance to do it. That's why I'm appointing different people, promising individuals who show potential, and giving them temporary authority over the tribe. What do the elders think of all this? They were surprisingly supportive. I think they're growing increasingly aware of the fact that I might die sooner rather than later. Maybe it will be at the fangs of vampires, or maybe it will be in the face of jackals, but they need to be aware. Delegating responsibility has actually been somewhat refreshing for me. Letting someone else take care of day-to-day affairs has freed me up. What are you doing with all your newfound spare time? I've been spending a lot of time alone with my thoughts. I've been thinking especially about how it is that our tribe has, in the past, always managed to have a good leader. Why do you think that is? What is it that makes someone a great leader? Is it something they're born with, meaning it's simply a matter of the elders sensing who among the most worthy? Or is there something about leadership itself that makes people great? Does simply being burdened with responsibility force them to become the strongest versions of themselves? I don't think leadership is an innate talent. I think it's a skill. It's something that you can learn. And I don't think there's any better method of learning than by doing. So you're saying that experience has made you the woman you are today? Yes, I like to think that I'm doing a good job now, but when I was first tasked with gathering people from across the land to unite together and defeat magical menace at the heart of a dark castle, the proposition seemed beyond my reach. Then why did you accept the responsibility? Maybe because I assumed I would be able to do what was asked of me when the time came. Well, it seems to have worked for you so far. There is no guaranteed happy end here. If we want success, we need to work for it. Sometimes that means making the right decisions and choosing to place our trust in the right people. Other times, it means honing your skills to become the best version of yourself. On the subject of honing your skills, I thought I would bring up something that I've been working on in training. You've been practicing with the axe, have you? Yes, I have. I've always seen the axe as a tool for aggression. More recently, I've been considering its possible use as a tool for protection. It's a menacing tool. a tool that can be used to threaten, intimidate, or, as I've recently discovered, retaliate. You see, whenever an enemy attacks, be it a jackal, a giant scorpion, or even a ghoul, they tend to leave themselves open, if only for the briefest of moments. Most of the time, it's difficult to take advantage of that window of opportunity. If you dodge their attack, it's difficult to both dodge and strike back. But retaliation becomes much easier when you are not the target of the beast's attack. So I've taken to studying my enemies more closely, watching out for the moment when they decide to strike an ally. And when that happens, I can jump in and punish them for it. It's a style of fighting very different from what I've used to. It requires patience and planning, but I found it to be quite effective. Skill improved has improved his protect skill line. Now beside guarding an ally, he will also counterattack whenever an enemy attacks him. Oh, that could be really good, because the problem with counterattack is that it only activates whenever the person is attacked. But with Protect, we essentially get 2 opportunities to counterattack. That's actually kind of good. A calmer style, yeah, see, like we could protect our healer, and so essentially our healer wouldn't get hurt, and we'd be able to counterattack every time either him or the healer gets hurt, or tries to get hurt. A calmer style of combat seems a bit unexpected from a man who wields a weapon as large as your Cleric, but perhaps that will make it just the surprise we need to overtake our enemies. I look forward to seeing your weapon protecting me in combat. Nuala. Jade, you're walking with a sense of purpose, stalking that rhino again. Yes, you're welcome to come along. Once more rhinos begin arriving, it will be more difficult to pick out Rue, and more dangerous when I confront her. Can I ask what's so special about Rue? We have a history together. The first time I met her, I was a young girl. I was traveling with several warriors from my tribe. Is it common for the Dune Marchers to venture into the savannah? I thought you were, well, Dune Marchers. We are sometimes forced to hunt outside the sands due to scarcity of food. Is that still a problem? No. In the past 30 years, we have only had one season so bad that we had to hunt outside of the sands. And that season was the season that I met Rue. I imagine that you two didn't exactly get off on the right foot. She nearly killed the 2 warriors I was traveling with. They were left with broken bones, and I was so young that my healing magic was not enough to repair them, so I did the best I could. For 3 days and 3 nights I stood vigil over my tribesmen. I didn't sleep. By night I hunted for small animals to find us a source of food to keep them fed, and to keep up my own energy for healing. By day I practiced what little healing magic I knew to keep their blood flowing and keep them breathing. My strength had nearly given out by the time another group of Dune Marchers arrived to rescue us. It's amazing that you were able to do that as a young girl. It must have taken immense courage on your part. Courage? Maybe. At the time, I wasn't fixated on such things. I was more concerned with simple survival and keeping my clansmen alive. That experience was also the start of a new personal journey for me. If my healing had been stronger, I could have healed them enough so that they could walk. But because my powers were weak, I was forced to fight a battle of survival for 3 days. After I got back to the desert, I resolved to become a stronger, more capable healer, that I would do a better job of keeping my people safe. Since meeting you, I've never doubted your resolve. I didn't realize that your resolve was born out of such trying circumstances. That experience also awakened something else in me. What did it awaken in you? Nuala gazes across the grassland wistfully. This rhino hunt is a bit like the end of a journey that began when I was a young child. Every story must have its beginning, and every story must also have its end. When I was young, I allowed the rhino to best me. Now, if I have become the dune washer that I was meant to be, I should be able to best the rhino. That is why I'm here. It is a bittersweet end to the story, because although Rue was the cause of a terrifying experience in my youth, I would not be the dune watcher I am on this day without that incident. Although she acted against me in malice, Rue gave me a gift on that day. Yet I must return that gift with malice. You're certain of that? How else could things be? Nuala seems troubled. I wonder, did she take me out here hoping that I would talk her out of something? Is she hoping for me to strengthen her resolve to carry out the difficult decision? Nuala, you came out here for a reason. You've told me why you stalked Rue all these years. Why are you here today? Tell me, right here in this moment, what are you here to do? I am here to fulfill my destiny. I'm here to serve my purpose as part of nature. In a way, I am not so different from these animals. Does a mother jackal truly have any choice in whether she cares for her offspring? Isn't an instinct something inescapable that she's destined for? Does the lion have any choice in whether it attacks a gazelle? Do I have any choice in whether I pursue Rue and slay her? Nuala smiles and shakes her head, as if it's a question she's contemplated many times before. It's an old question. Do we really have the power of choice, or are we simply carrying out the actions that are in our nature? You look like you have the answer to it. Are you asking me to give you the answer to the biggest question in your life? You are right. That is a big question. I think I will ask you a smaller question instead. When you came to the desert and we met the first time, what brought you here? Did you come to visit me of your own volition? I did it because I chose to do it. I chose to do it. I made that decision. When we first met, you told me you were here in the service of a larger mission. Some authority concerned with Namar sent you here. It's true. I did come here in the service of that mission, but just because I am told what to do does not mean that I am obligated to do it. But what is it in you that drives you to behave that way, even when you are not told by other people to do it? Is there some will inside of you that drives your decisions, or is it simply in your nature? Everything in life is about making choices. It's the reason that sitting inside of a prison cell is considered a worse fate than sitting on a street corner. When you have four solid walls around you, your choices are much more limited. Many people would prefer to live outside the walls of a prison and risk starvation or being attacked by wild beasts, rather than be well fed and kept in captivity. So you make choices that lead you to more choices. Yes, that is the way of things, Nuala. I'm sorry I don't have a more eloquent way of putting it. That is an interesting thought, and something that I think I should take more time to think about, at least before I rush in to face Rue. Nuala turns back and begins walking toward the dunes again. That is a decision to be made on another day, but I'll make a decision by the next time we talk. Alright, I look forward to hearing about it. Jade, one more thing. Yes, I spent a lot of time showing you the desert where I live. You've met the Dune Marchers. You've met my people. The next time we meet, I would like to explore the cities of the Empire. I want to see the land that you're fighting to protect. I was beginning to think you would never ask. I would be glad to show you around, Nuala. Yes, we would be absolutely delighted. And we're still missing half a heart in Jasper, but honestly that's not as big a deal because Jasper is the homo, is the guy who likes guys, so no girls for him. So it's not as big a deal, but we've got pretty much everybody maxed out. So now it's just a matter of finding the quest marker, which I'm sure will happen at some point. Desira. Jade. Desira, you look excited. Yes, I was actually hoping to talk to you about something. What is it? I've been thinking about what lies ahead for me once our mission is complete. Well, we've already ruled out the possibility of you going back to baking. I've quite enjoyed serving under you, getting into fights with fiends, offering the aid of my staff where necessary, serving as a healer on the front lines. Yes, and you're quite good at it. I would like to keep on doing it. How do you plan to do that? Right now I serve under you, and you serve under the interest of the Council. One day, hopefully, the Menace of Namara will be no more, but the Council will still be there, and I imagine the Council will still have business that needs doing. You know, the Empire of Man will always have need of special forces to carry out certain tasks. You would rather serve the Council of Grimoire than go back to Hammerhands? I like Hammerhands well enough, but I feel like Grimoire is more deserving of my loyalty. I've never been particularly fond of the Hammerhands aristocracy, and I would like to spend as little time around them as possible. So, what exactly do you have in mind? I was going to ask you the same question. Right now, you are effectively my contact with Grimoire's council. Will you continue to be that, even after the business in Namara is done and over with? Or should I be acquainting myself with them more directly? I pause a moment, and Desira senses my hesitation. Maybe you're not sure yourself. I can understand that. I was pretty unsure about my own future until a few days ago. Jade, what's important is that I've decided to pledge my loyalty to Grimoire in the interest of his council members. For now, that means serving under you. Maybe one day it will mean something different. But know this, for as long as the Menace of Namara remains at large, you have my complete loyalty. I appreciate the words of affirmation, Desira. Having your loyalty is a real privilege. Oh, new skill, resolve. Increases target's evasion by 20 when health drops below 50%. Passive skill always enabled at the beginning of every fight. Okay. So if she starts getting hurt too much, she starts having an auto evasion. I mean, I tend to heal people around the 50% point, but if I start having problems catching up on the healing, that could be useful. Interesting that we get new skills also as we keep going with the party talks and relationships. That's kind of cool. I spot Galan walking from the town gate with a folded paper in his hand. Hey there, Galan. What are you up to? Me? Just getting some mail. Mail? News from your friends in Hammerhands? No, actually. I've been corresponding with an order of monks. Are you getting more serious about pursuing a life of religious study? In a sense, this order of monks is somewhat unique. What about them is unique? They are located on Mount Kronos. Are you familiar with it? I can't say I am, no. It's east of here, on the road to Icilia. I presume you're familiar with the history of the Old War. During the Old War, many humans and elves died around Mount Kronos. The frost has preserved many of their remains through the decades. That seems to have made the mountain a popular target for necromancers. There are dark magicians trying to reanimate the remains of those who were killed during the war. That seems to be the case. What does this have to do with the monk you've been corresponding with? The monks hail from the order of Irijo. They occupy a temple at the top of Mount Kronos, and they've taken it upon themselves to combat the undead that walk that region. Prayers in the morning, followed by combat in the afternoon. Yes, actually, at least what circumstances call for it. The monks have made it their mission to eradicate the undead around the mountain. Considering the number of people who were killed during that war, those monks may be there for a very, very long time. Yes, I imagine so. But it seems like a noble cause. And more importantly, it seems like a cause that matches my talents. My focus has been on ending the undead menace in Namara. When we're done here, perhaps I can put those skills to use on Mount Kronos. Well, you've proven yourself to be a capable fighter. I appreciate your devotion to our cause, Galan. I'm well aware that there are other causes in this world that are just as deserving of your talents. If your destiny is to become a monk and devote yourself to a life of eradicating another part of the world of evil, then I applaud you for recognizing that and committing yourself to it. It does seem like it's my destiny to continue fighting the undead. A year from now, I may be meditating at a temple, preparing for the next appearance of the undead. Right now, I'm at your side. Jade, I must confess, when I met you, I joined your fights on a whim. I didn't know what I was getting into. I jumped into the fray. Then I joined your troop of fighters and began fighting for a greater cause. At the time, I wasn't sure what the consequences would be exactly, but it seemed like the right idea at the time. My whole life has been filled with uncertainty, even as I fought side by side with you for the first time. But as I've spent more time with you, I find myself convinced now more than ever that joining you was the right decision. One day, with your permission, I'd like to join the monks atop Mount Kronos in their fight against evil. But right now, you have my complete devotion. I feel like my life has gained new purpose since I joined your cause, and giving you my loyalty seems like such a small thing to offer in return. Having your loyalty as a generous reward, Galan, I won't ever take it for granted. Combat Focus. Gain the passive skill Combat Focus. Permanently increases agility by 5 points. Word. Unforgiving Swamps. Enoch. Enoch formally invited me to dinner, and I happen to think he's a very talented cook. So, naturally, the only option was to accept. Still, more than the food, I'm looking forward to spending more time with Enoch. I reach the river around sunset and approach Enoch. However, to my surprise, Silrissa is there too. I mean, I guess that this technically wasn't a date or anything, but it seems kind of weird somehow. Jade, you have arrived. Hi, Cyrissa. I didn't know you would be here too. I'm always here, Jade. You don't know this, but I frequently hide behind the bushes hoping to catch a good view of you and Enoch making out. Rissa, stop that. It's not funny. My face burns a bright red, but as red as it is, it's comforting to know that Enoch's cheeks are more dark than mine. Alright, I'll stop with the teasing. For now, at least. The food was exquisite as always, Enoch. You're leaving? Yes. Sorry. I have this very urgent thing I need to go do that simply cannot be delayed. I can't think of many things in this swamp that would have a strict time limit. I get the impression that she isn't telling me the truth. I don't stop her from leaving, though. Enoch is the one I came here to spend time with today. Sorry about that. Anyway, if you'll follow me. I thought we were eating near the river. We are, but not on the ground. We're going to use the small shelter I made. I see. Thank you. I appreciate it. I imagined you would. For us Nagas, most places are comfortable enough because of our tails. That's not quite the case for you, though, is it? No, it is not. The more I hear about your tails, the more advantageous I think they are. Oh, thinking about getting one for yourself? I'll get yours. Ooh. I laugh. I'm afraid I've gotten used to my dwarf legs. I wouldn't know what to do with a Naga to play with it. Ooh. Seriously though, you and Silrissa never get tired of standing still? Well, no, we get tired of standing too. We can do a lot more before getting exhausted than other races, but it still happens. That's not exactly what I would call a disadvantage though. Another cool thing about our tails is that we can cross rough terrain and feel almost nothing. You can also move quietly and use your tail to grip things. Really, your tail grants you pretty significant advantage in a lot of situations. Hunting, fighting, even escaping. True enough, my tail is pretty great. Enoch lets out an amused chuckle, then shows me to a wooden stool. There's another one on the opposite side that looks just as well made. I hope it's comfortable enough. Let me know if there's anything that feels off. I'll try to adjust it before your next visit. You crafted these yourself? Yes, I found a carpentry book and figured I would give it a try. Enoch, give him a book and he can learn to do anything. Enoch laughs. It's not like that. At least not always. For instance, I found a book on fishing. I read it and tried to follow its advice, but after a while I got bored. I jumped into the river and, a few minutes later, I had already caught 3 big fish. I take my seat and wait as Enoch reveals what he ended up making for the occasion. As it turns out, he didn't just make one dish. He made several of them. They aren't exactly simple dishes either. Sometimes I wonder where Enoch finds all the ingredients he needs. Then I remind myself that it's probably better not to ask too many questions. I take my time sampling each dish and discussing all sorts of things with Enoch. Once we finish eating, we move closer to the river and relax as we admire the flow of the water. I really enjoyed the dinner you prepared, Enoch. Thank you. You're quite welcome. I enjoyed making it for you. You know, I make a point of visiting all of our team members as frequently as I can, but this time was special. I really look forward to it. It's also the first time I've gotten something in exchange for my time. I mean, it's not like any of you owe me anything, but it's nice to talk and unwind after a nice dinner, isn't it? Yes, it most definitely is. What do you think? You said you enjoyed it. Was this a proper culinary reward for helping me out with the whole Hellhound incident? Culinary reward. I came up with the best new terms, don't I? I chuckle and then answer his first question. You surpassed all my expectations. I hear a noise coming from the bushes behind us and instinctively get up. Enoch, on the other hand, responds calmly, taking my hand in his and holding it reassuringly. Calm down. It's just a bird or some other small creature. How do you know that? Because Cyrissa is guarding the perimeter. She won't let anything bigger than a rabbit pass, believe me. Is she upset because of our dinner? Rissa, why would she be upset? You know, because we had a romantic dinner alone. I turn a bright red. Do I really have to explain this? I see what you mean now. I didn't think you would consider this dinner romantic. Sorry, maybe I chose the wrong words. Not at all. It's fine. I mean, well, this is something new for me. Nagas aren't exactly known for being romantic, you know? I think Rissa mentioned that before, that you Nagas aren't a romantic race. The concept is a bit strange to me, to be completely honest. It's not like Nagas are the only race that lack that sense of romanticism. There are others. I thought it was just us Nagas. It's not. For example, the orc way of courting consists of bashing their potential partner's head with a giant club until they agree to go out on a date. That's not real. It can't be. You had to have made. I can see that happening for the orcs. I may have exaggerated a bit, but believe me, it's not as far from the truth as it should be. Interesting. You really know a lot of things, Jade. I could stay and listen to you for hours. And I could stay and talk to you for hours. Enoch blushes but remains silent as his eyes remain fixed on mine. The longer it goes on, the more uncomfortable I get, so I decide to break the silence. Anyway, I really must go now. Tomorrow is going to be another busy day. I understand. Have a nice trip back to Grimoire. Enoch stands up before me and pulls me to help me up by extending his hand. I take it, but his grip is so strong that he accidentally pulls me up too fast. I end up bumping gently into his chest. Sorry, I I placed my hand on his chest and, for a moment, I could feel his well-developed pectoral muscles under my fingers. It's a nice feeling. I don't dare overstay my welcome. There's nothing to be sorry about. I say my goodbyes, leave the river behind. As I go, I can feel Enoch's eyes on me. I don't turn around to see him. I don't have to look to know that he's staring at me. Oh my. Lena. Hello, Lena. Jade, it's you. Lena seems a bit absent today. I try talking to her a bit. All I get are short replies. Something is definitely up. What is it? What do you mean? There's something you're not telling me. You've been distant today. Sad? It's nothing. You don't need to worry about me. Lena. I instinctively move closer to her. Wait, is she crying? Go away. Leave me alone. No, I won't. Not until you tell me what is going on. It's something private. I take another step towards her, but this time Lena pushes me away. I stumble backwards and end up tripping over my own feet, falling flat on my back with a loud thud. Jade, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Seeing Lena so flustered, I can't help but laugh as I get to my feet. It's okay, Lena. My butt is going to hurt for a bit, but most of the damage is to my pride. Once more I move closer to Lena. This time she extends a hand, and I take it into mine. Have you ever had a pet, Jade? No. Between my job and all the traveling I do, I've never had time to take care of one. But I think I would have liked to have a pet. Lena nods, accepting my answer. I told you about our griffins before, but I forgot to mention that we raised them here at the Citadel. I've known many of them since they were little birds. Little. I think the smallest griffin I've seen was at least as big as a dog. Well, of course, little compared to how big they are when they're adults. Anyway, there was this one, Jin. Cute name, I like it. Thanks. I picked the name myself when I was 8. You don't just name a griffin because it's cute, though, right? Of course not. We need to distinguish each one in order to assign them to a specific Amazon scout. You haven't been around griffins enough to know, but the bond between an Amazon scout and her griffin is similar to the ones humans share with their horses. I mean, they're essentially horses of the sky, so that makes sense. They quickly become more than just a means of transportation to their partners. That's what happened to me and Jin. I had ridden her since I was a child. You aren't a scout. I wasn't born captain of the Royal Guard, you know. I had to train, rise through the ranks. I was a scout for 10 years. I spent 10 years of my life riding with Jin through the skies. When we weren't out scouting, she would often fly near my house to call me out. Call you out. To the vineyards outside the city gates. She was a grape addict. I got reported once because I was feeding her too many of them. A faint smile forms on her face. It's shortly replaced by a melancholy expression. Now she's gone. She died this morning. She suffered for 3 days and 3 nights. I couldn't even be at her side. Because of my position, I had things to do, meetings to attend. I've really hated being a guard captain these last 3 days. Lena, I'm so sorry. Thank you, Jade. That's why I didn't want to talk. It wasn't about you. I miss her. I miss Jin, and I can't seem to stop crying. Focus on the good memories. I know it hurts, but you should try to focus on the positive, happy moments you had with her. Like the vineyard story you just told me. I saw you smiling when you recalled that moment. Jin loved you, so I think that's what she would have wanted for you to focus on. Lena's tears stream down her face. She's not holding back anymore. She bawls openly as she wraps her arms around me and buries her face in my shoulder. Is this trembling woman really the same one I've come to know? I'm so used to her being the strong one. Perhaps this isn't the right time to think this, but it's nice to see that, beyond that hard shell, there is a vulnerable person capable of loving something this much. Thank you, Jade. What you say is true. Thank you. Now I must go. I don't want anyone else to see me like this. I understand. Take care, Lena. I see that my favorite envoy from the council is back. I'm also probably the only one from the council that would ever approach you. You couldn't just take the compliment, could you? Why must you always ruin everything, Jade? Jasper laughs and then claps me on the shoulder in a friendly manner. So, what business brings you here today? It's not really business. I was just thinking about that meeting we had with Ippoly Michaud a while ago. Starting to have doubts about what will happen between you and the council once this is all over. No, I already told you my thoughts regarding that. It's not something I'm concerned about. When this is all over, I'll probably just end up wandering somewhere else. I was just wondering about being a pirate, I guess. When you told Ippoly Michaud that you were happy with your current situation and didn't envy him, was it true? Of course. Of course. That's all you have to say about it. Such a short reply doesn't feel natural coming from you. What can I say? Like all things in life, there are upsides and downsides to it. For instance, as a pirate, you are an outlaw, so you have to take steps to protect your identity. And yet, here you are, sitting in the middle of Grimoire's docks without giving the city guards a second thought. It doesn't seem like you're taking that protecting your identity bit seriously. That's where you're mistaken, Jade. First of all, this is a rather peculiar situation. The problem at Namar is drawing the most attention from the city guards at the moment. They're much more concerned about spotting a zombie on the horizon than a potential pirate sitting peacefully on the docks. Still, even before this whole mess with the undead, this particular tactic has proven quite effective. There's nothing suspicious about a young man calmly sitting on the docks. I could be a fisherman, a merchant, or just a normal man enjoying a nice view of the sea. What reason would they have to suspect me? Hiding in plain sight? That's always seemed a bit risky to me, but I guess I can see it being beneficial in your case. Up until you become so famous that everybody recognizes your face on sight, but yes. Anyway, back to our discussion about being a pirate. There have to be other disadvantages, right? Why do you only want to know about the disadvantages? Oh well, I suppose it doesn't matter. Let's see. You can pretty much forget about having a stable relationship. How come? As a pirate, you're always on the move. You rarely stay in one place for long, and even if that wasn't a deal breaker, you would still need to trust that person you were seeing wouldn't reveal that you're a pirate. I mean, you could just not tell them, but that usually comes back to haunt you later. Or you just have a girlfriend that is, or boyfriend that is a pirate. I mean, if you're both pirates, it doesn't matter, right? Have you ever hidden something from someone close to you? I'm not talking about something little. I'm talking about a large aspect of your life. Yes, I have done things like that in the past. Present. In fact, I'm hiding something from you right now, Jasper. If you and the others knew that I accepted a deal to become a vampire. Yes, we are a vampire. Rawr. I don't blame you for it. It's natural. Everyone has secrets to hide. Saying otherwise is just another lie. No matter how close you are to someone, there will always be something in your past that you don't share with them. What if I really have nothing to hide? Like I have no secrets of any sort? Then your life is probably boring and nobody would want to, ow, just brutal there, aren't you? I laugh and then playfully punch him on the shoulder, almost making him fall over on his side. Getting back on topic, you could always get involved with another pirate, couldn't you? I'm pretty sure that all that time stuck on a ship together is bound to result in at least a few relationships. You can't tell me that it's never happened. Oh, it happens. Frequently even. But you're forgetting about two important things. First of all, being in a relationship on your day job is not a good idea. For instance, let's say that you failed to assault a ship and your partner blames you for it. Or when it's time to split the loot, someone else disagrees about you or your partner's share. I could go on, but I imagine that you get the idea. A lot of drama can start over petty relationship squabble. That is something you do not need in a confined space, especially since most of the time you won't be able to just leave, seeing as you would be out on the ocean. Even if everything somehow went smoothly between you and your partner, you would still need to consider how short the average life of a pirate is. We try to avoid conflicts with heavily armed ships, but there's always a chance the captain might decide otherwise. Senya is very prudent, but sometimes you can't avoid taking risky jobs. Our assault in Namar will be risky too. Back to the point though, you could begin a relationship with a fellow pirate, and everything could be going well, but there will still be that one day after a particularly hard battle. The smoke will clear and you'll find his body lying on the ground, covered in blood, and you won't be able to do anything but cry over your loss. I get the feeling that Jasper is speaking from his own personal experience. I can't be sure, but I'm sorry for your loss. Who said that this was about me? I thought. You thought wrong, Jade. Based on Jasper's reaction, I know that I was right. That last bit was definitely about him. Still, I let it go for now. There's no point in pushing it if he's not willing to talk about it. Now, if you'll excuse me, Jade, I need to head back to my ship. I'll talk to you soon. It is. I've seen it happen many times with my own eyes. Even if it's not your partner, even if it was just a friend, an acquaintance even, it's still terrible to be talking to someone in the morning, only to find them dead in the evening. Hopefully that won't happen to any of us. Jasper nods. It's weird. Fighting the undead is more dangerous than most of the things we do as pirates, but somehow I still think that this will all end well for us. Is that so? I like this optimistic version of Jasper. Okay, so that was the one we needed. Not that we needed it because we got max points, but still. Just don't get too used to it. Now, if you'll excuse me, Jade, I need to head back to my ship. I'll talk to you soon. Okie dokie. Double checking that we can't do the one quest because I feel like it might not show up on the thing. Just feels weird that's not showing up pretty much anywhere though. I don't know. And turn. Got a quest in Grand Tree. I think it probably would be Lothark or Horus if it did show up, but... Jade, it's good to see you. I have something for you. Kusho pulls a bag of coin out of his pocket and tosses it to me. I catch the bag and heft it. What's this? 2,000 gold coins. Your share. You assisted with the hit, so you get part of the commission. I thought a 50-50 split would be fair. That's 2,000 gold for each of us. Where did you get this money? Did you steal it from Clement's estate when you killed him? I am an assassin, not a burglar. I don't kill people so that I can steal from them. I kill for money. A client paid me to kill Clement Knox. I thought that would kill Clement Knox because of his cruelty to his servants. Ending the suffering of his underlings is just a side effect. The real reason we killed Clement is that his son wanted him dead. Is there some father-son feud that I should know about? Well, Clement was the lord of the Knox estate. His son wanted that title for himself. That about sums it up. His son really is quite a reasonable man. He's actually got a knack for accounting, and when he looked at the money his father was squandering foolishly year after year through poor management and weighed it against my fee, the choice was obvious. We killed a man for nothing more than profit. Killing people for profit is what assassins do, Jade. I hope you're not realizing this just now. I meant your client. All the while, I thought we were doing this to lift the yoke from the shoulders of abused servants, while in fact the only benefactor was a man so greedy that he would kill his own father in the interest of saving money. I wouldn't say that's true. While the Knox servants are certainly not directly involved with the transaction that was carried out, they are certainly interested parties, and as far as they are concerned, Clement may as well have been killed by a disgruntled servant. But he wasn't. You and I know the truth. Suppose you are one of the servants. One day your master who beat you is slain, and a new master, one who doesn't abuse you, steps up to take his place. Does it really matter to you whether the man who killed your old master did it for noble or selfish reasons? Do you think that those servants would protest the death of their old abusive master if they knew the truth? No, but their new master is a killer. He killed to make himself rich. You say that like it's a bad thing, Jade. Do you know who you're talking to? Killing people for money is literally my job. You are a part of that hit too, lest you forget. What you've just learned doesn't change things at all. Any pretenses under which you accepted that job, those were real. I never lied to you about the nature of Clement's relationship with his underlings. To be honest, I'm a bit surprised we're even having this conversation. You know that I'm an assassin. I kill the marks I'm paid to kill. Jade, I want you to be honest with me. I agreed to assist you in banishing the evil that surrounds Damar. I'm prepared to devote my attention to that goal. And as a commanding officer of sorts, I feel I owe you a level of accountability, perhaps more than I've given you. I think that I can be an assassin and still fulfill my duties to you. After all, you want my help because I'm good at killing. I can't allow those skills to dull. But if you think that I should abandon my career as an assassin, I will drop it and make slaying the undead my sole focus, until the day that we see them vanquished. What would you have me do, Jade? Keep your skills as an assassin sharp. I need you at your very best, Kusha, and in your case, your very best means keeping your killer instincts sharp. Your profession as an assassin was enough to catch my eye and make you a target for recruitment. I feel that I would be a fool to give that up. Alright, I'll do it. I find a Polymisha waiting for me at the door of the General Assembly meeting. A Polymisha, are you participating in the vote? No, I came simply to observe and consult. Those who aren't voting can still attend the meeting and have their chance to try and persuade voting members of the Assembly to go in a specific direction. So do you have any plans to try and persuade any of the voting members? No. I think it's best for me to stay out of this. Some of the voting members of Lothark's General Assembly don't take too kindly to members of Grimoire's Council, and if one of them holds a grudge against me, I fear that trying to persuade them in a particular direction might have the opposite effect. If there are members of the Lothark Assembly who don't like the Grimoire Council, then what chances do I have of persuading any of them? You may be a representative of the Grimoire Council, but you are not a member. You are a freelancer in a sense, a mercenary. You work for the Council, but you are not part of it. And among the market-minded members of Lothar, a mercenary with no deep-lying loyalties is someone they can trust to be a bit more neutral. That's interesting. I think more people generally tend to discuss mercenaries since they're known for their lack of loyalty and simply selling their services to the highest bidder. But I suppose that to a group of merchants who decide everything based on finance, that kind of person might be the most predictable. Exactly. Of course, not every member of the assembly is persuadable. Many of them have already made up their minds, or have vested business interests which would compel them to vote in a particular direction. Still, a few of them may be convinced, and from what I understand, the vote is fairly split. A small handful of votes could be the deciding factor. That's why I'm here. By the way, I noticed that neither Geraldine or Cedric are here. That's a bit surprising. They both probably wanted to avoid a confrontation. Cedric is probably avoiding Geraldine, and Geraldine is avoiding Cedric, and that would explain why neither of them are here. Aren't they going to vote, though? They both cast their ballots early. They've already voted. That's allowed. Technically, an absentee ballot is supposed to be only used in cases where the voter would have pressing circumstances that would have prevented them from attending in person. In a place like Lothar, a simple explanation like having a business meeting is considered a valid reason to miss a vote and cast an absentee ballot. I'm surprised that more people haven't done the same thing, if it's so easy to miss the vote. Most people actually enjoy attending the live voting process, even though the ballots are cast secretly. It gives them an opportunity to meet potential new business partners or share gossip. And Lothar, politics is something that often brings people together. Many people treat these events the same way they might a social engagement. In that case, it probably won't be too difficult to insert myself into any conversations. My advice would be to concentrate on the louder and more influential voices in the room. You won't have time to talk to everyone, but there are a few key influencers who, if they were to persuade to join your side, could help to rally votes. I'm afraid I don't really know who in the room would fit that description. Well, as much as I have a distaste for it, I've spent enough time engaged in politics that I hear gossip about who might be the most influential voices are. There are two names that come to mind, Samael and Astrid. Who are they? Samael is an up-and-comer. Despite being very young, he has a gregarious personality that many people seem to find endearing. And he seems to have the right combination of energy and charisma to persuade people to pick a specific side. Granted, people who have staunchly ruined positions probably won't change their minds on Samael's suggestion, but a lot of voters aren't firmly committed, and those are the kinds of voters who would be most susceptible to his influence. What about Astrid? Astrid is well known as a savvy investor. Her strategic investments have brought her substantial wealth over the years, and many business-minded people pay attention to where she's placing her money, because betting against Astrid usually doesn't pay off. Because of how successful she's been in the business world, many people regard her as a guru, and most people assume that if Astrid supports a given position, it means that it will be good for the city's economy. That being said, Astrid is an investor who tends to take the long-term approach, so most of the people who listen to her are the patient sort who are willing to endure potential short-term losses in the hopes of future gains. I see. Well, in that case, I suppose I should go and talk to...
Stay moist, my friend. Hydrate.
Samael, I suppose. I spot Samael in the corner, talking in a loud and animated fashion to three people who are listening with rapt attention. Eventually he reaches the end of his story, and they begin laughing. Amidst their laughter, Samael seems to notice me, and he breaks away from the group chat and walks up to me. Hello there, I'm Samael. You're Jade, right? Yes, I'm surprised you already know my name. I make it a point to learn everyone's name. I'll admit I can be a forgetful person, but I have a real knack for remembering people's names. You learn people's names, even if you haven't met them already? Well, not everyone's names. It's a big city and my memory isn't good enough to remember the names of every man, woman, and child who walks the streets. But you're something special, Jade, and that's why I'm so glad I got a chance to talk to you. If Samael wants to talk to me, then perhaps this will be easier than I thought. Why is that? To put it bluntly, I'm a bit undecided on this vote. You know which side I should vote for? It seems to be a bit of a split vote between people who side with Cedric and people who side with Geraldine. I don't really have close ties to either of them, so how am I supposed to make a decision? I thought you might give me a new perspective. Everyone I try talking to about these issues, it's the same talking points, over and over again. Everybody talks as if they think they have an original idea, but really, they're not adding anything new to the discussion. That's why I think it's helpful to get an outsider's perspective. How do you decide in a situation like this? Focus on the people. I think you should focus on the people. True, you might not have any personal ties to either Geraldine or Cedric, but who do you admire more? That's a tough choice. On one hand, both of them have admirable qualities. Cedric's quite an honorable and respected man. Geraldine is quite clever, shrewd with her business talents. On the other hand, I wonder if Cedric is a bit too caught up in the old way of doing things. Geraldine can be quite cutthroat when it comes to doing business. Be straight with me. If you had to side with one or the other, who would it be? Well, if you're asking me straight out, I would side with Cedric. Why is that? Society owes a debt to men like Cedric. Those who perform military service risk their lives for the rest of us. When a man like Cedric tries to argue on behalf of those soldiers and former soldiers, we owe it to him to listen. Is that so? I guess I can see your perspective. Certainly, I think it's important to hear him out. That still leaves me with the question of whether he's better than the alternative. I wouldn't automatically support something said by someone like Cedric, you know? Several men walk up to Samael and he turns and shakes hands with me. I'm afraid that's all the time I have. Okay, let's see if we can get even more points for Cedric somehow, because we only got half a point there. Siding with Cedric means siding with the courage and passion of veteran soldiers. Interesting. Why do you think that matters? People aren't passionate over nothing. When you see a lot of passionate people on one side of an issue, a lot of people who are speaking, acting with conviction, that has to count for something, you know? There must be a reason why that they're so passionate. I also put a lot of stock in people who have exhibited courage. It's not always easy to stand up for an unpopular position. A lot of people are silent about what they believe. When someone like Cedric speaks out, I know he's doing it from a place of conviction, rather than going along with what might happen to be popular. Okay, see, that gives us a whole heart. Okay, let's see if there's another way to get back here with the focus on the issue thing. You think so? To be honest, that was never really my strong suit. The reason I wanted to become a businessman isn't so that I could deal with numbers and logistics, counting money. It's really the people that I find interesting. Finding new business partners, meeting new people. I'm talking to you right now. It's conversations like these that are the real bread and butter of business, don't you think? I suppose so. I don't think that really had any. Unless it changes how strongly he focuses on the vote. Which could, influence us. So if he focuses on people, we'll choose people. Several men walk up to Samael and he turns and shakes hands with me. I'm afraid that's all the time I have. It was a pleasure talking to you, Jade. Okay, so we do talk to both of them. Cool. I spot Astrid sitting in the corner alone. Her face appears to be buried in some sort of book. As I get closer, I see that it's not a book that she's reading, but a log of some kind, as the pages are filled with numbers of some sort. Upon seeing me approach, she snaps the logbook shut. My, are you the envoy of Grimoire? Yes. How did you know? I saw you talking with the Ptolemy show earlier. You're the only face here I don't recognize. I see. I'm actually glad you came to talk to me. I assume you're here because you have an opinion on the vote that's about to happen. Cedric and Geraldine butting heads. I'm not so concerned with the individuals. For me, it's a simple case of making a rational decision. Should the metalworkers have the hill, or should it be left as a memorial? When I first approached this topic, the choice seemed obvious to me. Of course, the metalworkers would make better use of the space. However, I have been studying enlistment logs for the past several decades, and I've noticed that in years when there were events in some way recognizing the military, such as ceremonies honoring individuals who served, an increased number of people chose to enlist. The same was true of events like the raising of a statue or the establishment of a landmark to recognize someone who provided valuable service. Granted, the difference is small, maybe a few percentage points a year. When you compound that over 10 or 20 years, it has a noticeable effect. As a long-term investor, I do best when things are stable. A defense force that's constantly, steadily growing is highly conducive to that. On the other hand, there are numerous benefits of having a more productive metalworkers union. It has been a difficult choice to make. Compounding the issue is the fact that it seems incredibly difficult to get an informed, unbiased opinion on this issue. As much as I might respect Cedric, Geraldine, everything they say must be taken with a grain of salt. Cedric's own emotional ties to the memorial, of course, make him biased, and Geraldine serves her own self-interest by supporting the metalworkers. So I've been waiting for an impartial observer to talk to. You think I'm an impartial observer? You're not emotionally involved with the military the same way Cedric is, and you don't have a business interest like Geraldine does. Above all, your goal seems to be promoting the welfare of the Empire, does it not? And unlike all of the council members who are part of voting factions and endlessly mired in politics, you seem to call things mostly as you see them. Obviously, not everything that comes out of your mouth is infallible, but at least I can expect you to be honest. So, tell me, which do you think I should vote for? The Metalworkers or the Veterans Memorial? I think you should vote for the Veterans Memorial. Interesting. Why do you think that? The memorial is more difficult to replace. Sentimentality is a valuable resource. I know it sounds a bit cynical to phrase it like that, but if you treat it like a cost-benefit analysis, one of the things you have to consider when evaluating the value of something is considering how much it would cost to replace it. Finding a good place to install a workshop might be a challenging task. It's all about location and what's ideal for integrating into a supply chain. But the fact is that workshops like that can be built quickly and get up to full production within a matter of weeks. A memorial like the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, on the other hand, part of the value of that landmark is its age. That kind of value is built up slowly, over time, unlike a workshop that scales up to full production in a matter of weeks. A memorial or landmark is something that can take years, or even a decade to accrue and fully realize its value. Okay, so that got us a full heart. I'm going to double check, but a full heart is probably the best, so just double checking. But a lot of people are going to be upset if the memorial is removed. An unhappy populace is not a productive populace. Do you think it would upset that many people? What's important isn't how many people it upsets so much as who it upsets. Think about it. The people who are at least committed to the nation's defense probably don't care very much about the memorial. The people who are most dedicated to the Empire's defense may end up caring a great deal. Which group do you think matters more? Yeah, that's only a half heart. Okay. There we go. That is a very good point, Jade. There are certain assets that are more fungible than others, and landmarks that have sentimentality may be the least fungible of all resources. They have a value that's very difficult to replicate. Astrid opens her logbook to a blank page and begins scribbling some notes, perhaps inspired by what I just said, or perhaps writing down something she just thought of. Her writing is too messy for me to make sense of it. Thank you for your input, Jade. I will certainly consider it. Jade, did you have a productive chat with the voting members? Perhaps. I suppose now all we can do is wait. Wait, I haven't voted yet. I was waiting for you, Jade. Me? Why? Who should I side with, Cedric or Geraldine? You're not going to decide for yourself? I trust your judgment more than anyone, Jade. You're the only one who has no interest except doing a good job and saving us from the undead. Besides, I've trusted your judgment in many other matters before. Well, thank you, Apollonicio. So what would it be? Even if Cedric and Geraldine aren't present, I'm pretty sure they've ears and eyes with even in this room. I have the feeling that what I'll tell Apollonicio won't remain a secret. Very well. Apollonicio leaves me and goes to vote. He's one of the last to cast his vote, and though the ballots are supposed to be secret, I sensed that eyes were both on me and Apollonicio, overhearing us as we spoke. I sit back and watch as different members enter, each casting their secret ballot. Some people simply cast their vote and leave, while others stand around and gossip. After about half an hour, the voting is closed and the votes are tallied. To those still present, thank you for coming today to vote. This was a close vote. It's rare to see people so split on a topic, but it seems a number of people came at the last minute to voice their opinion. The resolution to replace the tomb of the unknown soldier and appropriate it as a building site for a new workshop has failed to pass. This land will continue to serve its current function, and no further building or development will be permitted at this site. The announcer at the ballot table goes on for several more minutes, explaining several more details of the resolution. But by this point, everyone seems to be leaving. Apollonicio walks up to me. Well, it looks like the vote has concluded. Apparently, the final outcome was decided by just a few votes. I wonder if your persuasive words in the final moments leading up to the vote could have been what tipped the scale. It probably was. I know there's a lot of pressing matters for me to attend to, but despite that, I find myself once again walking towards that special spot on the south border of the swamps, eager to see Rissa again. Upon seeing me approach, she smiles and moves to meet me halfway. Jade, I was just thinking about you. Naughty thoughts? Yes. I was actually kind of joking. I wasn't. Come, there's something you must see. She grabs my hands and pulls me south near the coast. I don't know exactly what she wants from me, but at least this time we aren't going north towards the lizardmen. That's already progress, I would say. I found a wonderful place. Better than your spot near the river? Well, that spot does have a lot of advantages. A good view of the surroundings, plenty of fish in the river to use as a food source, an unlimited reserve of water, dry wood to start fires. You don't have to tell me. I already knew that the river was a great place. I guess my question is, what makes this new place so special? I don't know how to explain, but when I found it a few days ago, I immediately thought of you. Really? Okay, consider me intrigued. I definitely want to see this place. But Rissa, yes, can you please slow down? I'm not nearly as fast as you. At this rate, I'm going to trip over something, probably my own feet. Right. Sorry. I guess I got a little too excited. That's better. What is this place? It's along the coast. Not quite. Close to it, but a little more south. Rissa's grip on my hand tightens. She speaks slowly with a soft voice. You know, after that time we spent on the hill near Grimoire, that actually left quite the impression on you, didn't it? You talk about it pretty often. Yes, because it was something new for me. More importantly, because you were there with me. We both experienced it together. That made it even more wonderful. I remember thinking that I would like to return the favor someday. You know, show you something nice that we could experience side by side. When I saw this new place, I immediately decided that I wanted to share it with you. I smiled to myself. Just the fact that she was thinking about me alone makes me happy. Thanks, Rissa. I'm happy that you thought of me. It's not like I do it on purpose exactly. It's just, I'm always thinking about you for some reason or another. Whenever I see something new or interesting, the first thoughts I have are, what would Jade say about this? Is this something that she would like? Then I get a little sad because you weren't there to experience it with me. Really? Yes, look at me, Jade. I'm gone from a ruthless, bloodthirsty, ferocious Naga to a sensitive mess of a person who thinks about nature, friendship all day. I would be a disgrace if I was still with my tribe. You've become stronger, not weaker. I guess I'm not surprised that they would think that. They're wrong, though. That interpretation of strength is shallow at best. True strength isn't about overpowering your enemy. That method can only get you so far. If you can understand people, their culture, feelings, emotions, you can open up new opportunities. Picking up on those subtleties can potentially help you in a fight, but you can also use that knowledge to find a different solution. Maybe even find a way to resolve things peacefully. Or you could charge mindlessly into battle, swords drawn like you seem to prefer. The point is, you would have options. Rissa laughs. You know me too well. Yeah, that's true, Jade. Thanks for saying it. After several more minutes pass, we reach the spot Rissa was talking about. Its main feature is a beautiful pond with water lilies floating along its surface. I don't think I've ever seen so many of them in one place before. You can still hold your own in battle. In fact, you're one of the strongest people I know. Just because you've started to appreciate other things in life doesn't mean that you've forgotten how to fight. That's true, Jade. Thanks for saying it. Okay, so no hearts either way. When I take a step closer, a group of colorful fish scatter, darting to different ends of the pond. Once they realize I'm not after them, they start slowly coming back. This place really is beautiful, Rissa. I knew you would say that. Rissa pauses, looking thoughtful all of a sudden. You know, we fight evil every day. All sorts of horrendous creatures, people with twisted hearts. You get kind of lost in it. That's why it's important to remember that there are places like these. Wonderful, mysterious places where we can relax. Remember that there are still things worth holding on to. If the undead win, places like this will become rarer. They may even vanish completely. I don't want that to happen. It's our duty to fight the evil at Namar. There are so many reasons to do that. This is one more of them. We have to preserve the beauty of this world. I'm going to fight for places like this so that future generations have the chance to feel the same things I feel right now, here by your side in this place. These feelings, the ones that you opened my eyes, heart to, they're something I treasure. That's something worth preserving, right, Jade? Rissa speaks with a level of determination, passion I've never seen in her before. I can't help but be moved by her resolve. Yes, Rissa, that is something worth preserving. Rissa smiles at my response, looking absolutely radiant. This time it's my turn to surprise her. I close the distance between us, still a short but passionate kiss from her lips. You're getting good at this. Kissing? No, catching me by surprise. You were always good at kissing. Now come, I promise the pond water isn't cold. Wait, what? Once again, I'm pulled along by Rissa. She takes me to the edge of the pond, but I dig in my heels before she drags me into it. What is it? Are you afraid of a little water? No, that's not it. I just don't want to get my clothes wet. It's safe. Look. Rissa jumps into the water, splashing me in the process. She disappears below the surface for a brief second before re-emerging. She leans back, starts floating on the water, her pretty figure adorned by the water lilies all around. See? Everything is fine. Now that is a beautiful image. That is a beautiful image. There's a way, isn't there, to... Let's see. I don't see options, key button. No, that's not it. Okay, I thought there was maybe a way to see only the background, disappear the text, but I'm not seeing an option, so. Now I'm facing an altogether different problem. Part of me wants to jump in and join her immediately. Another part is just content looking. Sarissa is putting on such a beautiful display that would be a shame to ruin it. I want this image preserved in my memories forever. Do you like what you see? I don't have the presence of mind to play it cool, so I answer honestly, I do. She chuckles in a pleased manner. Are you coming? Or are you going to leave the harmless Naga all alone in this big pond? All sorts of evil villains could come by. Take advantage of her if you aren't here to protect her. Don't you want to save me? All right. You win. I'm jumping in. I get my clothes off, then join her in the pond. What follows is some of the most intense sex I've ever had in my life. In a pond, no less. Rissa seems completely at home in this sort of environment, and, well, let's just say it showed. Eventually, we both crawl out of the pond and lay on the grass next to it as we try to catch our breath. Thankfully, there's enough sunlight shining through the trees to dry ourselves off as we recover. All I have to do is enjoy the view of Rissa's body. When we're finally ready, I walk back to the swamp with her before departing for Glimmer on my own. I can't wait to get to see Rissa again. On the way to Grimoire, I notice a familiar-looking woman on her way to the city gate. Nuala, it's good to see you. It's good to see you too, though I must admit I'm a bit more preoccupied with the surroundings. The world outside is quite large. You've only seen a tiny portion of what this world has to offer, Nuala. There's even more to see outside the reaches of the human empire. You have the entirety of this immense city at your fingertips, yet you still thirst for greater sights. I like that about you, Jade. You and I come from such different places, yet we seem to have the same desire to wander. My wanderlust led me to the edges of the desert, and yours led you to the edges of the earth. We enter through the city gates, and Nuala watches the movement on the city streets with fascination and amusement. The people here walk so quickly. There are no beasts chasing them, and yet they move with such fervor. It is something I do not see often. Dune Marchers don't move with a sense of urgency. Dune Marchers are methodical in all things. In the sand dunes, the impulse to run will often cause you to move in a way that causes your feet to sink into the sand. So even when Dune Marchers are in a hurry, they place their footfalls carefully. And in the moments when we are not moving about the sands, we are similarly methodical. When it comes to activities like skinning an animal, cooking meat, enjoying the company of our fellow Dune Marchers, we try to experience every moment fully. We do not draw it out longer than necessary, neither do we rush for it to be over. A man carrying a bucket rushes down the street. Bits of milk slosh from the bucket into the street as he moves. Such haste! That man wants nothing more than for his journey to be over. Why is it that he cannot enjoy walking, especially when the streets are so full of activity? I think I could stand here, watch people all day, not become bored. I'm not sure I was expecting you to react to the city like this, Nuala. I've learned to sit still, watch. That's what creatures of the desert do, Jade. Oftentimes, jackals are most terrifying when they are simply watching you, waiting for a moment when they think they can attack. Of course, I'm not about to attack anyone. When I stand here, I feel a stirring. Perhaps the urgency of these people, all hurrying, scurrying, is contagious. I do think that this is a place that I could enjoy. I begin walking through the streets with Nuala. Nuala, the last time we met, you said you were about to make a decision. Whatever became of Rue? I decided to leave Rue behind. You've had a change of heart? No, my heart is still in the same place. I think my desire was always to leave Rue be. A sense of obligation always haunted me. Rather than listen to that voice, I decided to follow my heart. Rue is an old animal, Jade. An animal of that age is not long for this world. She will be dead in several years, whether I'm there or not. I think I can leave well enough alone until then. I've already waited this long. You're simply going to let this go? What about the grudge? A grudge is a choice to hold on to anger, resentment. Perhaps Rue still harbors a grudge. There's no reason for me to do the same. It may seem sudden to do this. The truth is that letting it go is an easier, more passive thing to do. I won't forget what happened. Looking back, Rue was only doing what any wild beast would do. She was looking out for herself, her own. Now it's time for me to do the same, instead of lusting for vengeance. Merciful new skill. Increase the power of caster's healing spells by 15%. Hell yeah, considering she's our main healer too, that definitely helps. I spent the rest of the afternoon with Nuala, touring Grimoire as she observes the city with curiosity, fascination. Oh, look at her, ain't she such a cutie? I stop and purchase a loaf of sweetbread from a local vendor, and Nuala grins as she bites into it. Okay, that's what I thought. I just thought, like, maybe that actually is, but no, that's the same like I thought it was. This is what I came here for. You came to the city just to taste bread? The taste is enjoyable. More than the taste, I think I understand the people of the city better. This city is hectic, yet at the same time there's a certain comfort to it. Just wait until you see an actual bed. A young child bumps into Nuala. He looks up at her with a shocked expression. She smiles at him for a moment before growling at the boy. The growl is enough to scare the boy off. Nuala laughs as the boy scampers away. People here live differently. You mean the way everyone is always hurrying to wherever their next engagement is? That's just part of it. Even though they're hurrying, as though they're being chased by something, there's something oddly docile about them. So many of them walk with their heads down, as if they're not ready to be challenged by anything unexpected. It is, I suppose, a bit surprising. I was expecting that I would find more people who were like you. You're saying I'm not like most people. You're different from the people of the city. That is for certain. You've got a certain quality about you. What is that quality? You are like an animal. You are unpredictable in a way that's exciting and terrifying. I didn't realize you saw me that way. I like that about you. I think it's because you wander into danger so often. Nuala gestures to a crowd beside us. These people don't know what living is because they never confront death. You and I are different. You and I know what it's like to stand staring down a beast with weapon in hand. We know what it means to live because we know what it means to die. Now I think I understand why it is that you fight to protect these people. Their obliviousness allows them to experience something that we can't. They don't live in fear of immediate death that has allowed them to construct buildings, create artwork, bake this delicious bread. Nuala tosses the last of the loaf into her mouth. The docile people need animals like us to protect their way of life. They've learned to ignore their instincts, the instincts that tell them to fight. Other things, too. Nuala looks at me with big eyes, leans in, close enough for me to feel her breath on my neck. Can you feel it, too? The sensation that's begging you to give in to your impulses. Do what animals do. Nuala leans in, nuzzles my neck, then gives me my earlobe a less than gentle bite, seemingly oblivious to the crowd around us. This doesn't seem to be the place. Then let's find a place. Yep, let's do it. Let's find a place then. I grab Nuala by the hand and pull her down the street toward the nearest inn. Nuala drags me into the room, slams the door shut before pinning me to the wall. She leans in and bites my lower lip. She flicks my lip with her tongue before releasing it. Is that all? Oh, hello, hello, hello. Nuala grabs my head, forcing my mouth onto hers, and she pulls me in for another kiss. The kiss starts deep. My lips explore hers for a few moments, but as soon as I feel her teeth again, biting down on my lower lip, the sharp pain stirs something in me, and I grab Nuala by the belt, pulling her hips onto mine as she continues the biting kiss. I place a hand on her wrist and feel the touch of her smooth skin against mine. She reaches up, placing her hand over mine, and she lifts my hand to her cheek. She licks my fingers. I don't want to be comfortable. I want to feel alive. Do you know what I love about combat? The best part of fighting is the pain, that sensation that reminds you. Remind you that you are still alive. Wow, they really messed up the line there. Nuala leans in, biting my lip again, this time hard enough that it doesn't feel like she's going to let go. She only pulls away when I feel warm wetness, the familiar taste of blood in my mouth. This is what we were born to do, to bleed, to experience pain. That's the purest form of passion, is it not? I grab Nuala by the shoulders and tackle her to the floor. She lets out a yelp, and I feel her hands on my chest, grabbing my shirt. I hear the sound of tearing fabric and the touch of her hands on the bare skin of my chest. She caresses me for a moment, then pinches me. Nuala gives me a cheeky grin, as if inviting me to return the favor. I run a hand through her hair and grab a fistful of it and pull it. She squeals as I yank on her hair and pull her in for a kiss. This time I'm the one who starts off biting her lip, but the kiss quickly becomes a dance of our tongues, each assaulting each other's mouths. I pull back from the kiss for a moment and whisper into her ear, "You're mine." Nuala pulls back. She backs up, but she shakes her hips as if beckoning me forward. "Then come and get me." I crawl toward Nuala and say it again. "You're mine, Nuala." I reach out to touch her hair again, but she grabs me by the wrist and pins me down as she rolls on top of me. "No, you're mine, Jade." Nuala crawls on top of me as she grins as she straddles me and starts to undo my belt. Oh man, that really got steamy there for a second there. Whew. Okie dokie. My. Grimoire? Vayril. "Jade, I'm glad that you came so quickly." "Hello, Vayril. Your request sounded urgent. What happened? I'm sorry for distracting you from your duties. I do understand how crucial they are, but please understand, this is important to me. All right. What's troubling you, my dear Beryl? I was talking with some of the others a few days ago. Who in particular? Beryl's expression darkens for a brief moment before he's able to return it to a more neutral one. You know who I'm talking about. I heard that you spent time with other people. That's only natural, isn't it? I'm a leader. Getting to know my team better is essential. Why? This includes sleeping with them? What? I didn't. Jade, don't lie to me. Please, I know everything. Asking this might seem like a bit too much, but I'm not ready to share you with others, and I never will be. I don't want to. I want you to be mine. Only mine. Do you feel the same? Don't worry, your answer won't have any impact on our mission. I will still follow you as before. I need to know one way or the other to put my mind at ease. I only want you to. Beryl, I owe you an apology. I take Beryl's hands in mine and squeeze them affectionately as I stare into his blue eyes, hope that my sincerity gets through to him. We hadn't defined our relationship. I used that to justify what I did at the time. I was wrong to do that to you. I should have been more honest with you. I should have told you that I was seeing other people. Beryl lets out a sigh, then shows me a feeble smile. Yes, you should have. I promise you this. From today on, you'll be the only one. I'll still need to meet with the others, of course. It'll only be to talk. That's all I ask, Jade. I decide to stay with Beryl at the inn. I feel a bit guilty at how I behaved. Beryl is such a sweet person. I'll be loyal to him in the future. And I think that's how we get the specific CG, is we have to... The specific CG for them is we have to stay loyal to them, pretty much. I don't know if that one quest, what's his name, will have... I'm assuming he'll just pop up that... Or at the very least he'll be in Lothar. You would think. I head to the Hill Memorial. Coming to see it now in person seems only right, considering the role that I played in its preservation. Cedric is at the tomb when I arrive. Jade, here to pay your respects. It seemed only right. If you came here hoping for some kind of enlightening, transcendent experience, you might walk away disappointed. There is nothing mystical about this site. It's just a symbol. Then why are you so adamant about defending its preservation? The tomb doesn't need to be mystical to be powerful. You might not experience anything enlightening here, or transcendental. I've seen soldiers come here, break down weeping. I've seen the families of soldiers, in some cases widows with their children, come have the same powerful experience. It brings something out in people. There's nothing magical about it. That doesn't mean those feelings are any less real. The tomb isn't for people like me. I didn't say that. You see, the memorial serves another purpose. It is to remind us of the loss of life that comes with war. I think it may be those who see no combat that need that reminder the most. The soldier on the ground has no need for a structure to remind him of his own mortality. No, he faces that every day in combat. It is the people at home, the loggers, bakers, metal workers who coveted this hill so much they were willing to displace the memorial. This memorial is here to serve as a reminder to them what exactly the cost of war is. This memorial commemorates the dead. It is a reminder to us all that war is not something to stumble into wantonly. War is deadly. War is bloody. War is gruesome. War is heartbreaking. And sometimes, war is necessary. When people see this tomb, I hope they think of that. I hope they think of all the men who died on the battlefield. And I hope that the pain and anguish of those lost lives registers for some of those observers. This memorial is not here to glorify war. The memorial is here to remind us of war's immense cost. That is why I fought so adamantly to see this memorial preserved. And I think that many men, especially those who know what it truly means to see their fellows sacrifice their lives in combat, will appreciate what you've done here. Those men want to know that their sacrifice will be acknowledged. That's what this memorial is here for. The evil that lurks within the Morrigan demands that we ask our men to take up arms. Some of them will die for this cause. It is a worthy cause, but that shouldn't mean that our decision to go to war is an easy one. I can't think of anything to say, so I bow my head in a nod of acknowledgement. You've supported my cause, and now I can support yours. This will mostly come in the form of veteran leadership. I appreciate that. I would also like to do whatever I personally can to help you. I don't think I'm arrogant in saying this. I have significantly more combat experience than you do, and I would like to avail myself to you if you require guidance. You're offering to become my mentor. You could call it that. If I were to become your mentor, what would you have me teach you about? What it means to be a leader. That's the wrong question, soldier. There we go. Good question. All effective leaders start as followers. You are put in the unfortunate position of being robbed of that opportunity to learn. Most of the lessons you need to learn are things that I can't teach you. I'll impart what I can. Are you going to train me? Train you? No, but I can offer you some wisdom amidst a whole lot of drivel and nonsense stories about the past. Come to my estate sometime. My door is always open to you. Okay, I will make sure to do that. I head to the river again to meet up with Enoch. Today I find him swimming in it. Jade, I was just trying to catch a few fish before you came. I can wait a bit if you need another minute. No, it's not a problem. I can always catch them later. I'll join you on the shore. Sounds good. Anyway, I'm going to soak my feet in the river for a bit, if you don't mind. I walked a lot today. My feet are kind of sore. Enoch looks at me with a curious expression. I don't mind, but why do that? Do you get some kind of relief out of it? Yes. Walking for a long time fatigues our feet. Putting them in cold water feels good and reactivates the circulatory system. Basically, it gives those of us with feet, a spark of energy. I take off my shoes as I answer Enoch's question and walk into the water until it reaches my ankles. The river water is so cold that sends a shiver down my spine. I can already feel its soothing effects. I see. Interesting. I didn't know that. So you've never done anything similar with your tail? I mean, I know that's quite strong, but that still seems kind of odd to me. I guess we just don't really need to. Our tails are sturdy. We can walk long distances without feeling any sort of pain, even if we do get tired overall like you do. Like snakes, we shed our whole tail skin regularly. I would say around 2 or 3 times a year. When that happens, the skin on our tails gets renewed. Any small imperfection we may have had goes away. That's very int. Jade, what happened? I think I cut my right foot on something in the river. I grit my teeth as the sharp pain shoots through my body. I head back to shore, trying not to set my right foot down flat as I go. Once I'm there, I sit down on the ground and inspect my foot. There is a bit of blood. It looks like something got lodged inside. A thorn of some kind. Enoch rushes to my side, a worried expression on his face. It's kind of cute that he's so concerned. I'd appreciate it if he didn't make me feel like I was dying over something minor like this. First of all, relax. It's not that big of a deal. Are you sure? Yes, I promise I am not dying. Enoch lets out a small laugh. I guess that would be pretty ironic if this is what ended up killing the envoy of Grimoire after all we've been through. Still, I would like to take a look at it if you don't mind. All right, but as I said, it's nothing. Enoch gently takes my foot into his hands and carefully examines it. I may be overthinking it, but I get the impression that he's indulging himself a bit as his fingertips brush against my skin. His thumb crushes the side of my foot as he extracts the thorn from my foot with his free hand and throws it away. Ouch. Sorry. Let me massage it a little to ease your pain. Enoch blushes a bright red, leading me to believe that his intentions aren't completely innocent. This situation is starting to get kind of intimate. If I want our friendship to become something more, this is probably the moment to do something about it. I would never say no to a massage from you. I think you'll find that I'm very skilled. Let me guess, you learned how to give massages from a book. What? Don't be ridiculous. This sort of thing comes naturally with practice. You don't need to read a book to learn how to give a good massage. Right, just like you don't need to read a book to do other things. Enoch's cheeks turn a darker shade of red, telling me that he understood my meaning. I withdraw my foot. Enoch looks a bit confused at first, but relaxes when I scoot closer and take his hand in mine. He stares at me for a moment before leaning in and stealing a cautious kiss. I return it, my own kiss being anything but cautious. From there, it turns into a furious exchange of increasingly passionate kisses. Enoch eventually breaks the pattern and pulls me up from the ground. Not here. It's too rocky. You won't be comfortable when we do what we're planning to do. Come, follow me. I want you now, Enoch. There's a good place nearby. I promise it's not far. It only takes us a minute or so to reach the spot Enoch was talking about, but in my current state, that still feels too long. Here, in this pond, the water is calm and not too cold. How do you know it's not too cold? Because I'm going to cast my fire spell on it. That should raise the temperature to a comfortable level quickly. I should have known. Enoch gets to work quickly, just as eager to get started as I am. Once it's ready, we both dive into the small pond and face each other. As I work to steady myself, I take note of the water's warmth all around me. I don't know how much of it was skill, how much of it was luck. Enoch made it the perfect temperature. I then take a moment to just stare at Enoch. Small bubbles glide up the surface of his skin, drawing my attention from his stomach upward. He smiles at me as his hair flows gently around his face, guided by the water's whims. He really is beautiful. I've thought that many times before, but once again, I'm stricken by how true that thought really is. Enoch smirks, giving him a playful look. He definitely has something mischievous going on in his mind. As I meet his eyes, he swims towards me, closing the distance quickly, as if he was going after prey. I wince instinctively, but instead of experiencing anything resembling an attack, he wraps his arms around me gently and lays a kiss on my forehead. I open my eyes once more and stare up at him as my fingers touch the stretch of skin just above his belly button. Enoch blushes slightly. I smile to myself and go lower, watching him carefully to see how he reacts. However, Enoch doesn't let me play that game. We kiss and then we kiss again. It's a good thing that Enoch remembers that. Unlike him, I eventually need to breathe because I almost manage to forget that basic necessity as our bodies press against each other. We eventually find a good rhythm, are able to break up our vortex of pleasure, passion, less and less as we continue. This won't be a day I easily forget. Hello, Jasper. Hey, Jade. Did you come to be entertained by my silly questions again? Maybe. This time I thought I might ask you one, though. I'm intrigued. Go ahead and ask your question. I'm curious to know what's going on inside that head of yours. Jasper playfully pokes my head with one of his fingers. I scowl at him as he grins and raises his hand in surrender. So my question is a simple one, but it also is one that can be hard to answer. What do you want? I'm not talking about any basic desires that can be fulfilled quickly either. I'm looking for something more long-term. What do you, Jasper, really want out of this life? Please don't tell me it's to be a pirate because I'm not buying that. That was going to be my answer too, which is why I banned it. Now, try again. Money, then. I am a pirate after all, always looking for the greatest hidden treasures. No, it's not that. Why can't it be that? Why would someone bother becoming a pirate if it wasn't for the money? There are a lot of safer jobs that pay better. If you were really after money, I would think you would at least look into some of those ones. Besides, you don't strike me as a greedy man, despite what you would like the others to think. Once again, you are correct. The last thing I want is to end up like one of those grimoire nobles. Why the disgust? Don't you see what's happening? We're fighting an undead threat like no other with our small change. What the hell? If something was threatening my very existence, I would sell my house, my jewelry, everything. I would do anything within my power to make sure that the threat was dealt with. What do these nobles do instead? They try to get us to do the job for a mere pittance, hoping that they can hold on to their wealth as the world falls apart around them. Well, money definitely isn't what you want then. Or rather, you don't want to become a rich, lazy coward of a noble. So, back to the original question. What do you really want? What exactly do you want me to say? What do you expect me to say? Why are you asking me? You're the one who's supposed to be answering the question. But if I had to hazard a guess, you were aspiring for a role on the council before. No ordinary man has such ambitions. To me, you seem like someone who craves power. Am I right? You're smart, Jade. Smarter than you look. Was that supposed to be a compliment? Because it's not going to work. I'm still waiting for your answer. Fine, fine. So you're asking me about power. If I crave it, power is a burden. That much is clear to me. It wasn't back then, but the more I sit here on this little pier, alone, watching events unfold around me, the more I'm sure of it. You know, it's not all that bad. Power can buy you the tastiest food, the best company, fancy homes, and enemies. A lot of enemies. But I don't have to tell you that. I'm sure you know that pretty well by now. Still, you haven't really experienced anything yet. Really? Facing hordes of undead and bloodthirsty vampires doesn't count as anything to you? It counts for something. Just think about this. At least you know who your enemies are. They're right there in front of you, and you can clearly see them. And even the ones you can't see are at least known to you. You know that they're undead, vampires. You know their weaknesses, and you can prepare yourself as you stay protected behind Grimoire's walls, planning a proper strategy. Is there a point to all this? I'm getting there. Just bear with me. Now let's imagine that you're a powerful, famous politician. A king, even, if that's what you would prefer. Do you know who your real enemies are? No, you don't know who you can trust. You can't be sure that your friends are really your friends, or if your followers are loyal to you or your power. Isn't that worse? I like the simplicity of knowing who your enemy is. Even if they're strong, it's still easier than fighting some obscure enemy that hides within your own government or court, or even your friends. So that's why I don't regret my life. As a pirate, I know who my enemies are. If I was still on the council, I would have to constantly watch my back. You wouldn't think so, but it's more likely that I would have gotten literally stabbed in the back by one of them than my fellow pirates. Interesting. I suppose that you do have a point. I always do. Very funny. Still, all you plan to do is be a pirate for the rest of your life? I haven't thought that far ahead. To be honest with you, Jade, I live my life day by day. I'm not making long-term plans. Unless... Jasper pauses for a moment and looks me in the eye. What is he thinking? Should I say something? I'm enjoying spending my time with you too. Thank you, Jade. You read my mind. Are you sure you're not a shaman like Nuala? I wish. It would be nice to be as charming, strong, and beautiful as she is. Hey, don't sell yourself short. You're a good-looking woman too, you know. You can trust me on that too, since I'm saying that without ulterior motives. It's a sincere compliment, the kind you won't hear from men or women who want to have sex with you. Thank you, Jasper. That's very nice of you. Jade, I am not going to deny it. When I am around you, I feel good. You're great company, and I'm really enjoying being a part of your team. Honestly, I haven't felt like this since... Well, it's been a long time, and I haven't said something like this to anyone else either. You really do mean a lot to me. However, I cannot promise anything to you right now. There's just too much going on. The undead, me being a pirate. I can't see how we could spend more time together after all of this is over. I mean, you'll probably become an important member of the council and, in that case, it would be in your interest to avoid people like me. Associating with pirates is a quick way to destroy your reputation. I grab Jasper's hands and look him in the eyes. He wears a pained expression on his face, a mix of sadness and resignation. Slow down, Jasper. I don't know what I'll do after all this is over. I don't even know if I'll survive our mission at Namar. It would be really naive of us to start thinking about the future when there's so much left to do. I say that we use the Jasper method for now. You would think I would know all about this Jasper method, since I'm clearly the inspiration for it, but I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm talking about what you said before. Live day by day. Enjoy the few moments we spend together, all of our philosophical discussions and the jokes. We don't know what the future has in store for us, so, for now, let's just enjoy the present. Jasper remains silent for a while. Then he smiles and hugs me. Yes, I would like that. I stay there for some time enjoying Jasper's company, but eventually, as always, I have to get back to work.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
I make my way to the Citadel's main square, where some fighters are training. Lena is there, which isn't much of a surprise. The fact that Rissa is there too, on the other hand, is. Oh, it's you, Princess Lauren. Hi, Jade. Hello, Lena. Rissa. Didn't expect to see you here. Princess Lauren kindly invited me. Lauren invited her. I briefly glanced towards Lena and, judging from the look on her face, it's transparently clear that she is not happy about this particular development. That's correct. I see. Might I ask why, Your Majesty? I was intrigued by her abilities. Dual wielding is clearly superior to other fighting styles. You mean compared to the style that I'm teaching you? My, is someone jealous that I have the princess's attention? Why don't you try challenging me to a duel? I could beat you with my bare hands. The situation is quickly spiraling out of control. I feel like I should say something. On second thought, I'm not really sure what I should say. I can see both sides of the argument, and honestly, I already know that no matter which side I pick, it's going to get me in trouble. Queen Karen is coming this way. She should be able to sort this out. What is going on here? Mom, I want to learn to fight with 2 weapons. Is that why Rissa is here? Yes. I'm sorry, but it's against the rules. Only an Amazon can train another Amazon. Even if the non-Amazon is clearly the better fighter. You. Enough, Lena. Rissa, it doesn't matter if you are a better fighter or not. Are you a better teacher? Yes, I think the princess and I are getting along well. Please, Mom. Very well, I'll allow Rissa to come here, but no more than once a week, to teach you some dual-wielding moves. Yay! My queen, The decision is made. Now I need to attend to more important matters. I need to go too. Try to calm down, you two. The last thing we need is to start a fight among ourselves. It's not my fault Lena has no sense of humor. Humor? What does humor have to do with this? You take things too much seriously. If I'm being honest, I've never seen someone who isn't a Naga fight as well as you. Is Lena blushing? I imagine Rissa's compliment caught her off guard. On the other hand, your swiftest fighter is still pale in comparison to the speed of our average Naga, so yes, I still think that I'm the better fighter. How dare you? You wouldn't stand a chance against me. This is pointless. I give up. Try not to kill each other. I make good on my words and leave, hoping that's only a healthy competitive spirit that drives these two. They wouldn't actually fight for real, would they? I'm going to try to remain optimistic. Oh my. I walk to Geraldine's estate with a sense of trepidation, clutching the paper invitation in my hand. She invites me into the manor without any show of ceremony. Jade, you've arrived. Please come in. I hope you're not busy. I think that you and I have much to talk about. What business is there to talk about? The decision to preserve the memorial is over and done with. Yes, I understand that, but I've never been one to hold a grudge. I hope to have you on my side for this decision, and so I made an appeal, an offer of sorts. You declined. That's fine, that deal is over and done with, but it doesn't preclude the possibility of us working together in the future. What future deal do you have in mind? At the moment, none, but I find it helpful to have friends in a variety of places, and all the better if they happen to be friends in high places. What about me is so special? Quite frankly, many of the friends I've made were not special at all. For example, there's one fruit vendor I happen to do business with quite regularly. He's not a fruit vendor in the same sense that I am a weapons vendor, you understand? He's a street vendor. He sells pieces of fruit to passing pedestrians. But he's someone that I keep quite close. Do you know why? I presume because you provide him with fruit. Or maybe he provides you with fruit. The only time he provides me with fruit are on the occasions when I stop to visit him, and he provides me a single apple or plum to enjoy as we speak. No, the main reason I am friends with him is that his small fruit cart sits directly across from the estate of one of my biggest business rivals. This small fruit vendor watches the front of his gate every day, and he happens to notice whoever comes and goes from the estate. I pay him for that information. Doesn't sound like much of a friendship. Well, it's hard to buy information from someone in the absence of trust, and when trust becomes mutual, it starts to resemble a friendship. And sometimes when a relationship closely resembles a friendship, you call that a friendship. So you want something from me? Yes, but only in the abstract sense. It's good to have friends in high places. After all, you do directly serve the council. That makes you quite powerful, does it not? I suppose I am quite powerful. I do speak directly to members of the council regularly. It's one thing to speak to the council. Anyone can make an appeal to the council. The thing that gives you power is that the council relies on you. Yes, and they do. There's an interesting thing about service. A master may have control of a serf who works the master's land, who harvests the grain and forms it into bread for the master to eat. But if the serf decides to walk away, and the master has no one else to feed him, then who is it that really holds power in that relationship? In fact, the servants tend to be the most useful of friends to have, because people so often underestimate how important they are. While the council holds direct authority over you, I think that the council needs you more than you need the council. But you both benefit from that arrangement, so the truth is that you may be able to call the council's members your peers and be more accurate than most people might think. The more transactional things become, the more equal they tend to become. I think that may be the root of why I became a merchant. It's because I value equality so much. How has becoming a merchant made you more equal? Jade, surely you understand what it means to be a merchant. You're a person who exchanges goods. Most people think that merchants are in the business of moving wealth around. Sometimes it's in the form of goods. Sometimes it's in the form of money, which can be exchanged for goods. But even when money is involved, fundamentally, merchants are in the business of what we call trade. I love that word. Trade. What does it mean? Trade, when conducted with mutual consent, is practically by definition mutually beneficial. After all, each of the parties agreed to the trade if it didn't benefit them in some way. So both parties need to feel like they are coming out ahead. When a successful transaction happens, both parties are made to feel like they are better off than when they started. They need to feel like they have gained value. In a certain sense, any trade makes both parties wealthier. By facilitating trade, merchants don't just move the wealth around, they increase it. That sounds counterintuitive. If I have 5 apples and exchange them for 5 loaves of bread, at both the beginning and the end of the transaction, there is still a total of 5 loaves and 5 apples. The trade hasn't changed the value of those goods. So how can you say that there has been a wealth increase? But suppose you love bread and loathe apples, while your neighbor hates bread and loves apples. At the beginning of the transaction, you are both relatively unhappy. After the transaction, both of you walk away with something that delights you. Hasn't the wealth in that situation increased? Wealth can be created. I'm so glad you understand. You would be surprised at how rare it is to find someone who actually understands the concept of wealth. For example, on one of my first business ventures, I physically transported furs from Grand Tree to Triberg. I knew that the trappers near Grand Tree and the Great Forest had enjoyed a particularly bountiful season, and that meant that anyone near to Grand Tree could enjoy a surplus of available furs. Now, as luck would have it, Triberg was in for an especially harsh weather that year. Not too harsh, understand, as Triberg has always had moderate climate, but cold enough that for the first time, many people were looking to add layers of clothing. It seemed like an opportunity. I bought up furs from around Grand Tree, most of them costing me 2 or 3 gold pieces for a dozen, and transported them down to Triberg, where they sold for 8 to 10 gold pieces for a dozen. Now, if you buy something for 2 gold pieces and sell it for 10 gold pieces, where did the 8 gold pieces of profit come from? They're a measure of the wealth you created. Make no mistake, real value was created there. Remember, an object's value is measured by how much people want. In a hot weather climate, a fur is less valuable than it is in a cold weather climate. So you can add to the value of a fur simply by changing its location. That's why so many merchants are involved in the transportation of goods. Sometimes simply knowing what the weather is going to be like several months from now can help me make a wise business decision, which is why I'm so interested in keeping in contact with a large variety of friends. It helps me remain informed on a myriad of topics. That's exactly how I managed to make so much transporting furs to Triberg during their harsh winter. That's clever. You saw a need and you found a way to meet it. Okay, now I'm max Geraldine now, even if I do choose to keep the monument. That would be interesting if we could still max out Geraldine somehow. That would be interesting. I'm glad you think so. I'll admit that luck had a little to do with it, but luck is where preparation intersects with opportunity. How did you manage to sell the furs at an inflated price? It seems like you were charging a significant markup. It's not as if those people had no gold to spend. For many of them, finding the extra gold to buy fur clothing was as simple as foregoing a nice meal. They decided that having warm clothing to wear was more important than having delicious food, so for a few weeks of the winter, they ate bread instead of meat and drank water instead of ale, and when all was said and done, they enjoyed the winter in much more warmth than they might have otherwise. Many people even paid for their furs simply by burning less wood or coal that winter. In fact, some of them found that bundling up warmer clothing actually saved them money in the long run. Still, others decided not to purchase my furs at all, and they turned instead to wool garments, or they burned more wood and coal for warmth, or maybe they even learned to endure the cold for a short while. My point is, at no point did I compel the people of Triberg to purchase furs from me. It was a decision that they made of their own free will. For many of them, the decision was one that left them happy. In fact, one city official publicly thanked me for coming through. You see, the city realized that their citizens would have a need for warmer clothes in the winter months, and they wanted to take action. But you know how city councils are. They're bureaucratic and slow-moving. By the time they had authorized the action, the chill had already begun to set in. It would have taken months for them to actually place and fill an order from a nearby city. Luckily, I had anticipated their needs, and I was able to be there in time for the winter. And you reaped the profits. Yes, I am a merchant, and like any practitioner of any profession, I expect to be rewarded when I do my job well. In that case, my ability to read the market, make a prediction, and take decisive action turned out to be spot on. Information is what allows me to make those big plays. I'm always on the lookout for influencers, but oftentimes someone could be an asset to my business simply by helping me to keep me well informed. You strike me as the type of person who knows a lot about what's going on in the world. That being said, I don't expect you to divulge all of your secrets to me, especially when I'm not prepared at the moment to offer much of anything in return. But I'm glad you were willing to take the time to meet with me, and I hope to see you again in the future. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I am fine with that. Have you come to visit me, sweetheart? Hello, Jade. Both of them are here. Should the situation be awkward? It feels awkward. Then again, Rissa did call me sweetheart right in front of Enoch. He didn't seem to mind. Have you told him? No, I am planning to do it now if your Majesty Enoch has nothing against it. I'll leave you to it. Enoch leaves, looking rather pissed at Rissa. Before disappearing from my sight, he waves his hand and smiles at me though, so I'm guessing that he's not mad at me. Only her? What's happening? Do you remember when you overheard us fighting a while ago? Yes, and you refused to tell me what was going on. True, but I can tell you now. It was about the lily pod. What about it? Well, it wasn't exactly a normal pond. I I lied to you. Sorry. I was with Enoch when I saw it for the first time. That doesn't seem like anything you need to apologize for, unless there's more. Enoch was the one who initially found the pond. He said that there was a powerful magical aura around it, a dark one. What? But we bathed in it. We did more than bathe in it. That's exactly my point. It could have been dangerous. That's why Enoch was angry. I told him I would like to show the pond to you, but he didn't want me to. He said that it might have been dangerous. Wait, now I'm the one getting angry. Knowing all that, you still decided to go, and you even lured me into it. How could you do this to me? Calm down, love. Before I took you there, I carefully tested it myself. You tested it? Yes, I wanted to make sure it was harmless for you, just in case we decided to do what we did. But that's crazy. You went there on your own to test it when you had no idea what the consequences would be? Well, yeah. Enoch was still in the area, so I thought, worst case scenario, I could just run over to him and have him counter the spell. There wasn't any need for that, though. I swam in the lake for hours and nothing happened. Well, as long as nothing happened, I guess. At least that's what we thought until today. I'm not going to like this, am I? It's nothing bad, rather the opposite, Jade. Enoch said that my body ended up absorbing all the dark magic that was in the pond. Because you guys are naturally resistant against dark magic. Okay, I can see that. How is that a good thing? Calm down. It all turned out okay, alright? Enoch examined me using his magic and said that I could use a catalyst to discharge all the magic I had absorbed from the pond into a single item. And thus the legendary dagger Love of the Lilies was born. Oh shit, alright. Legendary dagger, let's go. Love of the Lilies. Yes, I named it that because we made love in the lily pond. And it's completely safe. It's not a cursed dagger. And you're absolutely sure that you're okay. Man, all that brainwashing concerning dark magic they fed you really worked, didn't it? Everything is fine, Jade. Besides, as Enoch probably told you already, Nagas have a natural resistance to dark magic. We're not immune, but we're pretty close. I'm trying to calm down. I just can't get over how lax Rissa is at being about this. Something seriously bad could have happened to her. Maybe I can do something to get you to relax. Rissa slides around behind me and gently begins massaging my shoulders. Better? I guess. I take a deep breath. Her massage does feel pretty good. Yeah, I'm getting there anyway. You know what's an even better way to relax? The suggestive tone in her voice is unmistakable. But what about Enoch? Don't worry about him. He knows not to disturb us. As insane as she makes me sometimes, there's no way I could say no to Rissa, especially when she makes an offer like this. I meet up with Vayriel near the great forest border. Hello, Vayriel. My dear Jade, come here. He wraps me in a strong embrace. We kiss, and then he speaks. Thank you for joining me. It's my pleasure, Vayriel. Can you tell me what this is about, though? The message I got was a bit cryptic. Are you in trouble or something? No, it's nothing like that. I'm sorry if I worried you. It's just, I like Grimoire. However, I am an elf. A druid even. I miss the forest. I don't know what the future has in store for us. Some of us might never come back from our final assault. Don't say that. Jade, you know that this is true. I hope that we will all come back safely, of course, but there is always a chance that it won't happen. Knowing that, I want to spend as much of my time in nature as possible before we head to Namar. Of course, I can't just come here alone. You fear the great forest elves might still be hunting you? I don't know. Kusho has sort of forgiven me, but the elder druids of Grandtree? I don't think so. Traveling with you should be safe though. They should recognize you, and I doubt that they would risk attacking the envoy of Grimoire. Is that so? You're making me feel important. You are important to me. You always were. I take his hand in mine, and then the two of us start walking deeper into the forest together. However, the area Vayriel guides me to is full of brambles and spikes, more so than anywhere else I've been. I apologize, my love. I picked this place because it's so impervious that most people wouldn't bother passing through, but perhaps it wasn't such a great idea. Oh, hello. I hear a ripping sound and turn back towards Vayriel. Luckily, he seems to be okay. I can't say the same for his outfit, however. The brambles have torn open the chest part of his robe. Are you all right? Vayriel manages to keep his expression serious. I try to respectfully do the same, but the situation is becoming almost comical. Yes, I'm fine. Don't worry, let's just keep going. I don't know, Vayriel. You're already covered in scratches, and your outfit, well, it's getting more revealing by the minute. The scratches aren't an issue. As for my clothes, why? It doesn't get any better up ahead. Going through this will take hours. I know, but damn. If only I could use a little bit of my magic to open a passage. That would just make the great forest elves even angrier at you. Vayriel sighs, finally admitting defeat. You're right, Jade. I'm sorry. That was a stupid thought. Let's try to find a spot where we can lie down and relax. Relax. Now there's something I would like to do. After a few minutes, we find the perfect spot. The only noises are the birds and the wind blowing through the trees. It's really wonderful. We spend a few hours there doing other things. When we get back to Grimoire, I fully feel energized and ready to take on any challenge that the undead can throw at us. What? But we just started going into the forest. First of all, unless you're planning on walking back to Grimoire completely naked, moving forward is not a good idea. I suppose I can't exactly argue with that. Second, while I enjoy spending time with you, my time is not unlimited. I don't want to spend the little bit of it that I actually have with you walking through a dense forest and getting my clothes torn. I see. You're right, of course. Let's go back. He seemed sad, but honestly, I think that this is the best solution. Continuing along this path would be foolish, to say the least. Once we're back in Grimoire, I'll see what I can do to fix your outfit. I didn't know that you knew how to sew. It's one of my many hidden talents. We head back to Grimoire's Inn where Beirut was staying. Once we're there, he strips down so I can take a look at his clothes. However, it's not Beirut's clothes I end up taking a closer look at that night. Let's just say that we quickly forgot about the problem at hand and started doing other, more interesting activities. Oh my. Okay, Grand Tree. Kusho. Kusho, up to anything new recently? No new jobs of late, but I did recently acquire some new hardware, purchased from the gray market with some of the earnings of my most recent kill. You assassinate people to get better gear to make yourself better at assassinating people. Of course, the best investment that a man can make is in himself, but the second best investment that he can make is in his tools, and tools are an extension of the man, so it's essentially back to investing in yourself. So, what's your newest acquisition? Kusho points to his feet, which are adorned in what appears to be a pair of thick socks. Nice socks. They're called tabby, or so the merchant I purchased them from claims. They're spun by craftsmen hailing from the Far East. Note the separated toes. They're really quite marvelous. They provide flexibility of movement while cushioning against rough or jagged surfaces, and the padding also allows me to move silently in them. Assassin's Tabby, okay, cool. Moving silently is great. Being agile as you move silently is even better. I've fallen in love with this pair of tabby. It took some time for me to learn how to walk in them, but it's time well spent. Look at this. I can even grasp things with my feet while wearing these. I can actually feel the texture of the surfaces I walk on. My gratitude to whoever came up with the idea for these. They look rather odd. The entire point of wearing these is I don't have to care how I look, because I'm so silent. They should assist me both in striking foes unawares and avoiding damaging blows in combat if I find myself forced to defend. I can't say that I'm jealous of your new toy, but I am glad to see that you're acquiring new tools. Inventory. Interesting. That the Love of the Lilies isn't better than the Claymore Oathkeeper. According to this, we lose 5 health, 2 damage, 2 defense. We do gain quite a lot of speed and a little bit of crit hit. Main thing is that it's just faster, but overall it's just not as good. So it's honestly actually not that good. Okay. Cloth cap, I don't even remember getting that, but okay. Valkyrie's Tear and Assassin's Tabby, which is... yeah, so those are better. What is that, an accessory? Okay, so that goes in place of the Emerald Ring. More attack, we do lose the defense and SP regen, but that's a lot of parry and crit hit. Assassin's Tabby. Very cool. Maybe I'll give that ring to Jasper. Maybe. Or maybe I'll give it to Galan. It's either get Jasper or Galan, looks like, okay. There you go. Does anybody want that necklace? Not that we probably need it. We're probably getting pretty close to the point where we can just not worry about that, but I'm going to go ahead and sell these things. If, yeah. Feels kind of weird that her dagger, her special dagger, isn't any better, but whatever. Okay, double check that we don't have anything else. I think the only thing that I'm really worried about is the dude. And I almost wonder if he's just going to automatically just sort of say, hey, come on over. Still nothing in Lothark. If it was, it probably would be Lothark, right? When I reach the swamps, Enoch greets me with an excited smile. An expression like that can only mean one thing, right? Maybe he's found a new recipe. My dear, I have great news. Enoch quickly closes the gap between us and plants a kiss on my lips. I'm a bit taken by surprise, so I remain frozen in place. What news? After what happened last time, I was so happy that I couldn't stand still. I started wandering the swamps, looking for more ingredients I could use to prepare more dishes for you. Then I got an enlightening idea. Why not do something more? More than what? Food? Yes, I decided to apply my skills to something new. I remembered that I had a few alchemy books. I know I'm not as skilled as a Polymisho. That would take years of practice. But I am a skilled cook. Cooking is actually pretty similar to alchemy. You take a set of ingredients and turn it into something different through various processes. That made me think. And as I was thinking, I was scouting the swamps, observing every tree, every bush, every abandoned caravan. It's incredible how many goods are still left out there because bandits and Nagas don't know what they are or how to use them. At one point I found a caravan that had been on its way to Icelia. I don't even know where that is, but my guess is that they were lost since I don't think you can get there quickly by passing through the swamp. I know where it is. It's on the eastern part of Asanis, past the Everburn Mountains. It's quite far from here, to be honest. What was in the caravan? That's what's incredible. I found a whole crate full of rare alchemy ingredients. The recipient was supposed to be someone named Haros. Anyway, I took the ingredients as I figured it would be better than letting them rot out in the swamp. Well, technically that is theft, but it's not like we have the time to send them back to whoever this Haros is. We have a war to fight here. That's the spirit. Of course he would agree with me on this. Still, it's not like I was lying. We really don't have the time to deliver missing crates right now. Besides, who knows how long those ingredients were out in the swamp. They might not have survived the journey in the first place. I kind of already used the ingredients anyway. I rubbed my forehead in an attempt to alleviate my oncoming headache. I'm not going to bother arguing with him right now. So I started mixing the edible ingredients with some other ones I already had in my shelter and ended up creating this. Hearts of chocolate. Oh, okay. Usable by anyone, completely heal a character, restoring all the health, SP, and defense. So they're full heals. Alright, thank you for the chalkies. Voila, heart-shaped chocolates. Please don't eat them now, as tempting as that may be. Come on, Enoch, can't I have just one? Well, I mean you can, but it would be a waste. Just one of those chocolates will fully restore your health, defense, and vigor. It would be better to save them for a tough battle. I guess you're right, Enoch. They just look so good and... Wait, they seriously restore your health, defense, and vigor? That sounds too good to be true. Is there a downside? There must be one. Yes. Sadly, the alchemy ingredients I used were very rare, and because of that, there was a limited quantity of them. There isn't enough left over to make anything else. We need to use what we have sparingly, but I think that's more than enough to help us win several battles, don't you think? I agree. A weapon or a piece of armor would have lasted longer, but these can give us a vital boost in battle when we need it most. Especially the SP, because if we use that on a healer, not only does it heal the SP, but it heals the HP, but it gives her the SP to heal everybody else even more, which is essentially even more healing than just healing one person. They can be used by anyone. Your dish may end up being the key to our survival in the upcoming battles. You did a great job, you really did do a great job. Thank you, Enoch, my friend. Enoch seems to be positively glowing at the praise. Thank you, Jade. Let's not tell Polymisho about this. For two reasons. First, the crate's contents didn't technically belong to you, and second, if he learns that you used rare alchemy ingredients in such an unorthodox way, he might be even more furious. I'll be quiet as a fish. Good. I leave the swamp taking Enoch's gift with me. It's bound to come in handy for future battles against the undead. Very cool. Hello, Lena. Jade, what a pleasure to see you. Is it really a pleasure to see me? That's a fair question. I have to admit, most of the time when people impose on me to chat, I tend to offer a formal greeting, sometimes even saying it's a pleasure when it really isn't. But with you, I really mean it. I enjoy talking to you. I've enjoyed talking to you as well, Lena. It's strange. Normally I find conversations so ordinary and routine. I would much rather spend my time doing things than talking about them. That's not to say that I find conversation boring, per se, but when I compare it to the rush I get from swinging a blade, there's no comparison. But talking with you is different. A conversation with you is like a small adventure. I can never perceive what you'll say next. It's energizing. Yet, in spite of all your surprises, you're a capable and solid leader. I can follow you into battle without fearing for my life. Somehow, whenever I'm fighting with you, I feel assured that no matter how the battle goes, everything will turn out all right. And yet, on the battlefield, you are still that wild card who is so full of surprises. I never know what awaits us when we go into battle, but I never have to feel afraid or unsure. How does that make sense? You are reliable, yet unpredictable. It seems like a paradox, and yet that's who you've proven yourself to be, time and time again. Lena, I think what you're describing is known as trust. It's what happens when you put your faith in someone. It's the same relationship that you have with any leader. I would hope that your underlings put the same kind of faith in you. It's the kind of loyalty that inspires you to pledge to follow someone's orders, even when you don't know what those orders are going to be, because you trust that person to make the right decisions. I'm glad you have earned your loyalty, Lena. I get the feeling that's not something that you dispense lightly. You assumed correctly, Jade. There's something I haven't told you about. I've been working on a little side project. I wasn't sure if it would lead anywhere, so I kept quiet about it, but now I finally have something to show for my efforts. Though, really, they're not my own efforts, so much as the efforts of a certain smithy and grimoire, and the guidance of a certain arc wizard. You've met Apollonicio yourself, I'm sure? Yes, I've met him, but I'm curious what kind of assistance an Amazon like you would need from a wizard. I thought Amazons didn't have much affinity for magic. I could tell you, but showing you would be much more exciting. Come on, follow me. Lena draws a sword from its sheath and holds it aloft. What's special about this one? Watch. Lena swings the sword in a horizontal arc, and as it cuts through the air, I see flames erupt from its edge. Is that fire? Indeed it is. You forged a flame-branded bladed sword. It's not the blade that's special, actually. It's the hilt. That's what's so interesting about this one. Theoretically, I should be able to match this hilt with any blade. Forging it was no small task. Flameberg hilt, legendary accessory. It's an accessory. It's not even a weapon. It's an accessory. So that's what you needed Apollonicio's help for. How did you get the council to approve something like this? Given the relationship that Amazons have with the human empire, it seems odd for them to share something like this. The relationship between the Amazons and humans has changed, thanks to this business with Namar. I also get some unique treatment due to the nature of our relationship, so really I have you to thank for this blade here. How does it work if you have no magical affinity yourself? Honestly, I wish I knew. Apollonicio himself doesn't entirely understand it. Ordinary magic is something that originates from within a person, but making the flame dance from this blade is something else entirely. It's all about technique, and that technique has taken me hundreds of hours to practice. It would probably not be practical to outfit an entire army with these. But for as long as I'm fighting with you, you can have at least one flame-kissed blade at your side. Can I also get a flamey kiss too? Woo-woo. That's incredible, Lena. I look forward to seeing it in action. That is pretty cool. I bet that's even one that we can actually put on her too, because it's an accessory. It's not saying to put it on there, though. It's saying this Ring of the Undying is better. We up our attack quite a lot. We do lose the defense, health regen, but 2 health regen is not that much. And the SP, honestly, I feel like it's better. We do lose 1 defense, and just when you have 300 health points, 2 health regen a turn is shit. And I don't really use her SP all that much. I really just don't. Flame Strike, need a sword. Now that I've got this, I might use SP more, but need a sword equipped in main hand, sword specifically. Hits target for base attack and causes burning. So it attacks like normal, but adds burning. But she doesn't have a sword, does she? So would it work with that spear? I genuinely don't know. We may have to try equip her with a sword. Something like maybe the Claymore Oathkeeper. But either way, it does still open. It still does give her attack. So okay. Something I want to do real quick. I'm going to save. Is there is an achievement for getting a certain amount of gold at once. So I'm going to sell these temporarily. Oh, apparently I can't do that here. They don't have enough money. I didn't realize how little money they had. Okay, and get 10,000. I think it's 10,000 gold. I probably should double check that, but okay. Save here. And then sell these. And a couple of these. I think it's 10,000 gold. Yeah, it's 10,000 gold. I have it. Why is it not triggering? Why is it not triggering? I have 10,000 gold. That's weird. I genuinely don't know why it's not triggering. This is weird. Broken achievement? Broken achievement? Damn well better not be. Oh no, it's the achievement broken. It damn well better not be broken. I am about to be upset. I have 10,000 gold. Why are you not triggering? This is very much of the uncool. I have 10,000 gold. This does not make sense. Accumulate 10,000 gold. Yeah, that's what it says. Accumulate 10,000 gold. And I have 13,000 gold. Maybe if I buy something? No? Why is it not? I don't understand. There it goes. There it goes. I had to end the day. Okay, apparently I had to end the day. But I don't want to sell those because those are useful. So yeah. There we go. I just had to end the day. That's what it was. Achievements are important, friend. And Cedric does meet you at the door, so you don't have to go hunting for Cedric. Cedric greets me at the door and invites me in. I'm having coffee if you'd like to join me. Thank you for the invitation. I'd be glad to join you for a cup of coffee. Cedric pours me a cup of brown liquid from a pot and hands it to me. I take a sip of the liquid and nearly gag on it. The coffee is thick and gritty as if it hasn't been filtered. Sorry, I should have warned you. It's not an ordinary pot of coffee. I understand it's not everyone's cup of coffee, if you'll forgive the expression. With a bit of willpower, I manage to swallow the liquid in my mouth. Well, what do you think? It's rather unique. So this is your first time having sock juice. What is sock juice? It's like normal coffee, but filtered through a sock. A soldier has to make do with what he has. I use a clean sock, mind you, but it's not exactly the same kind of texture you would get with a proper filter. Complaining about sock juice is a universal pastime among soldiers. If soldiers hate this stuff so much, why do you prepare it for yourself in the comfort of your own home? Habit, partly. I make my own coffee, and I make it the way I learned to make it. But also the texture has grown on me. I don't think many people could come to like gritty coffee. I guess that makes me unique then. But more than habit or taste, I think the reason that I make this coffee is that it grounds me. I used to be an ordinary foot soldier, you know? And now look at you. Yes, I've somehow become a bit of an aristocrat. This terrible coffee is one of the few things that connects me to the common man. Perhaps it's pretentious of me to think about it that way, but it does at least serve as a reminder of the life I used to live. I've seen some aristocrats who engage in combat sports, boxing, fencing, martial arts. Have you considered any of those? No, and I don't think that I ever shall. A fencing match serves as a very poor facsimile of what a soldier's life is like. It's rather disgusting. It's not often that civilians use such frank language around me. I hope I haven't offended you. Okay, so no, that's what we were supposed to say. Not at all. I actually find it refreshing. I'll tell you this. I've heard many soldiers complain about this coffee in much stronger language. Normal soldiers don't do much fighting with rapiers or bare hands. It's not about the technique, Jade. It's about the stakes. When a soldier raises his spear and charges into battle, his objective is to kill, and he risks his life. Neither of those are in play when two aristocrats don gloves to engage in a boxing match. Furthermore, very little of a soldier's life is about combat. War is, in a minuscule portion, absolute terror, and in much greater portions is a mix of boredom and anxiety. Most battles are short. Even a long battle will often be over in less than an hour. For every hour that a soldier spends charging and swinging his weapon, he spends at least 100 hours marching, waiting, preparing his weapons, setting up camp, or cursing the mud that his boots have become stuck in. You will never experience any of those things in simulated combat. At least I'm drinking the same terrible coffee that those men did. You said that war is a time of boredom and anxiety when it isn't terrifying. How can you experience both of those things simultaneously? Well, different soldiers experience them in different proportions. Actually, a measure of what makes a good soldier is which one overtakes him or her faster. I'll pose the question to you, Jade. Suppose you are sent to hold down a location, such as an important hill. You set up camp and establish a perimeter. You wait for the enemy army to come and attack. You wait a day, but the opposing army never comes. Yet you still must stay on the hill to defend it when they do attack. So you stay there for a day, and then another day. You still see no sign of the enemy, and yet you are told you must stay to defend the hill. At the end of the third day, which do you feel more strongly? It would make me more anxious than bored. Anxious over nothing happening. Yes, in fact, a situation where nothing happens would fill me with even more anxiety than a situation where things happen. Isn't that something that's pretty widely understood? Think about words like nervous and anxious. Those are the kinds of things that you feel in moments of anticipation. When a dangerous-looking man approaches me, I feel nervous. When he pulls out a knife and charges at me, those feelings of nervousness are quickly replaced with things like the terror of combat. In fact, sometimes combat allows you to enter something like a flow state. When you're fighting for your life, it's very difficult to find the mental capacity for things like nervousness and existential dread. Dread, anxiousness, nervousness, those are all things I associate with someone who is contemplating some peril in the future, with nothing to distract them in the present. So yes, I would feel anxiety in that situation, even if nothing was happening. And that gives me a half heart, so does the other option give me a whole one, or I would feel bored. That's the thing I most feel often when forced to do nothing, especially for days at a time. You wouldn't feel fear? I might feel fear initially, but if days happen without anything happening, that fear eventually gives way to boredom. It's hard to live in a constant state of terror for entire days at a time when nothing is happening to confirm that the fear is valid. Now I might get a bit paranoid. I can see how, in that state of fear, I might begin to see illusory enemies. The idea of seeing movement on the horizon and being left to speculate whether it might be an approaching army. Well, I can see how many might succumb to that fear. It's more common than you might think. Different people handle the moments of silence differently. But one thing is universal in times of war. More than fighting, wartime is about spending many hours, days, sometimes weeks or months of time sitting quietly with your fellow soldiers, waiting for the moment when you're called to fight. There are ways to make the time pass faster. Complaining about the quality of coffee is a common pastime. That kind of shared complaining builds strong bonds. But you strike me as the kind of person who knows quite a lot about building strong bonds with other fighters. You're a fighter, but you also know what it's like to be a soldier. You know what it's like to exist in that interstitial time, the time between fights, when you have nothing to do but seek the companionship of the people who will be fighting alongside you in the next engagement. Whether or not you're doing it intentionally, you spent a lot of time preparing to be a soldier. Cedric takes a long sip from his cup and sets it down. The cup is empty. If you ever want to get to know someone better, brew a pot of sock juice for them. It might not be a pleasant experience, but I think you'll find it reveals a lot about their personality. Okay, so that wasn't the right one. It was anxiety that we get the half heart on. Still 2.5 hearts away, so it looks like Cedric is a bit harder to please. Interesting point, interesting point. I have to admit I agree with most of what you say. In fact, there are soldiers who expressed many of those same ideas when they served with me. It's more common than you might think, yeah. Okay, so it seems like Cedric is a bit harder to please, but maybe there'll be one more and we'll be able to get that last little bit up there. I meet with Vayriel at Grimoire's Inn just before sunset. I have a surprise for you. You know I don't like surprises. This surprise is one you'll like. Trust me. All right. Good. Come on, follow me. Where are we going? It's not too far. This is Grimoire's central garden. Indeed it is. We pass by two guards who hail me in front of the garden's gates. Why are there guards at the entrance? I've never seen them before. Let's just say that they have orders to block all citizens from accessing the garden until further notice. Why? What did you tell them? Nothing much, just that we're going to perform a powerful nature ritual and that we need to be left alone and undisturbed in order for it to work. What? You lied to the council? It's fine, Vayriel. The council won't ask any questions. As long as I get results, they have nothing to complain about. And considering all the work we've done up until now, well, I think they can forgive this one small abuse of power. I can't believe it. Come, let's lie down on the grass. Vayriel is still a bit unsure at first, but after lying down with me for a while, he eventually relaxes and starts to enjoy himself. We watch as the sun sets, its rays filtering magnificently through the trees. It's absolutely perfect, even better than I hoped it would be. This is beautiful. It is. It's not as beautiful as you, though. Jade, what you did for me today, it's... damn. I can't even begin to describe it in words. Then don't. I close my eyes for a moment. It's not as quiet as the forest, but it's still a nice atmosphere overall. Here in the garden with Vayriel at my side, it's easy to forget that we're in the middle of a city. When I open my eyes again, I see Vayriel next to me. His eyes are closed. On his face, a calm, relaxed expression. For a moment, I thought you were sleeping. No, don't worry. I was only listening to the distant city noises. Normally, I don't like them, but now, together with you in this place, in this moment, it's relaxing, almost hypnotizing. I could stay here looking at you like this for the rest of the day. But unfortunately, we don't have that much time, right? I sigh. He's right, of course. No, unfortunately. Then we had better get started. Started? On what exactly? The magic ritual, of course. He takes my hand and pulls me so that I land on top of him. I laugh and he responds with a mirthful laugh of his own. Then I lean over and kiss him. One of his hands runs up the back of my neck, while the other one paws blindly at my clothes as our kiss intensifies. I think this is going to be an unforgettable magic ritual. Yup. Getting those CGs, getting this game wrapped up pretty much. That's what we're doing. Interesting that we haven't gotten anybody else's CGs and we seem to be focusing on Vayriel. I wonder if that's because we're soft locked onto Vayriel. I'm not completely sure. I found Lady Geraldine in her mansion's gardens. Jade, what brings you to me this fine day? I'm just here to make conversation. Conversation? That's a word that can mean many things. Conversations are funny things. You can say so much without saying anything directly. What's that supposed to mean? Suppose I have a shipment that's being tied up because the city has issued an embargo on foreign imports. I need to get those furs into Lothark, and someone in Grimoire's council is preventing me from doing it. So I pay them a visit. A secret meeting? No, not a secret meeting. A meeting in public, the kind that people can observe and even overhear from a distance and not find me guilty of any kind of bribery in the eyes of the law. If you're not going to bribe the official, then how do you persuade them to your cause? Oh, my sweet child, I said that I wouldn't be found guilty of bribery in the eyes of the law. That's quite a bit different from abstaining from bribery entirely. So you bribe them without actually bribing them. It's quite easy. Saying things without actually saying things is how I do business when it comes to dealing with politicians. Give me an example. Oh, hello there, councilman. I hear your daughter has a wedding coming up. A girl as beautiful as your daughter deserves to be clad in the finest of linen dresses on her wedding day, don't you think? Wouldn't it be wonderful if she could find a tailor who could offer her fine linens for a tiny fraction of their retail price? I know men in your position will often spend as much as 2 months' salary on a wedding dress for their daughter, so to be able to find one at a significant discount, what a fortunate thing that would be indeed. Well, goodbye, councilman. Have a pleasant day. So you don't even put an offer on the table? No, but I make it clear what I have to offer. I must have missed the part where you tell him what he gives you in exchange. I don't need to tell him, Jade. Any councilman worth bribing will already know what I want when I sit down to talk with him. Again, this is how I'm able to communicate so much while saying so very little. The fact that these words are coming from my lips specifically is part of the message. Why the need for all this innuendo? You know that you're offering him a bribe, and he knows that you're offering him a bribe, and you know that he knows, and he knows that you know, so the idea of plausible deniability doesn't really enter into it. Just meet in private and say what you really mean. Private meetings look suspicious. People might begin to suspect me and the hypothetical councilman of collusion if we disappeared into a room together to discuss things in private. In the commercial district of a place like Grimoire or Lothark, a secret meetings aren't quite so secret. Why, I'm sure that your visit to me today won't remain a secret. I'm a target for spies. You're not the target. I am. And spies? No, my dear, not spies. You might call them commercial informants. These aren't spies sent by a foreign government to uncover a nation's secrets. They're the eyes and ears of rival merchants, trying to stay one step ahead of the competition. I'm not above using them myself. How do you think is that the first time you came to Lothark, I was the first person who managed to get your attention? It certainly wasn't coincidence that led you to me. I know what happens in this city. So do my rivals. Why are your rivals spying on you? Again with that word spying. Spy is a word with a very specific meaning. It means someone in the employ of the government sent out to obtain information about foreign countries, usually the kind of people who are concerned with gathering information about a nation's military. I know of only one person in this city that answers to that description, and she is standing right in front of me. You think I'm a spy? You're employed by the government of Grimoire, and you were sent out to gather information, mostly of military significance, from the lands outside of the human empire. That's what you were doing in that castle out in the plains, wasn't it? Gathering information that the Grimoire military is now acting on. That's what spying is, my dear. You said it's likely that someone is watching our meeting. Not watching our meeting per se, but there is likely someone watching my door at all hours of the day. Not in any nefarious way, you realize. Most of the informants are actually rather normal people. Perhaps a fish vendor who travels around town and takes mental notes on the things he observes as he peddles his ware. Or it could simply be a child looking for a way to spend his day and make some coin by auctioning his information off to the highest bidder. The streets weren't empty when you came to my manor, and so someone probably knows that you are here, and has probably sold the information to one of my rivals. That isn't unusual at all, Jade. That's simply how business is done here amongst the merchants of Lothar. Why are your rivals watching you? Are they trying to accuse you of some kind of wrongdoing? No, 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 my dear. You've got it all wrong. People don't spy on their rivals to expose them. Knowledge is power, you see, and that power becomes diluted the more that knowledge is spread. If one of my business rivals did become aware of shady dealings on my part, they wouldn't report me to the government. They would try to exploit the situation for their own profit. For example, if in a single week I have separate meetings with a textiles merchant, a well-known tailor, and a carpenter who specializes in loom construction, my rivals could intuit that I was planning something involving the manufacture and sale of clothing. So why is it that you're so willing to meet with me here? If your rivals saw me entering the building, then I'm giving them information just by being here. Oh, I'm perfectly fine with that, and I want them to know. You see, people know who you are, Jade. They know that you're the council's emissary. So every time you come to visit me, it has the effect of making me look like a very important person. You were already plenty important before I started visiting you. But importance is such a transitory thing, Jade. If someone who is a very important person does nothing for an entire year, their importance doesn't stay stagnant. No, they decline in importance. Importance is a resource that you need to cultivate, and saying that I have no need to make myself more important because I'm already an important person is just as ludicrous as telling a man that he has no need to gather food because he has just eaten. What exactly do you hope to gain from our visits? Well, as I've told you, my intentions are partially mercenary. I'm here because your visits make me seem more important. But, quite frankly, my time is too valuable to spend just in the pursuit of prestige. No, the reason that I'm willing to entertain you rather than some other potentially noteworthy guests is that I enjoy your company, Jade. I'm not sure what exactly I've done to win your favor. It seems that our meetings mostly consist of you talking about yourself. The fiber of your person is not measured in how much you talk, Jade. In fact, if you spend much time in Grimoire Council meetings, I think you'll often find that the most important ones in the room are the ones whose speech is most seldom. You're right when you say that most of the time we spend together consists of me talking about my own affairs and you reacting to them. But your reactions interest me. You're not an interesting person because of what you say when you're around me. You're interesting because of who you are. As far as I understand, before this whole business with the vampires in the Namar Castle began, you were a relative nobody. And almost overnight, it seems like you've been elevated to the very important role in all this. Not many people can claim to represent the interest of Grimoire's council. I've asked myself, what is it that makes you so special? I suspect that you yourself might not know the answer to the question, so I think that the best thing for me to do might be to simply sit back and observe you. I spot various platitudes, and depending on how you react, or fail to react, I gain a bit of insight into who you are. And why do I care? Mostly I'm just curious, because while it's often tempting to measure my success in terms of wealth and influence, the thing that I value most is understanding and insight. The most satisfying visits and meetings I have are not the ones that result in a lucrative business deal, but the ones that result in me coming to new conclusions and discovering new ideas. Of course, you may one day prove useful to me, that I am also banking on, because my experience has taught me that fascinating people often tend to be at the epicenter of lucrative business opportunities. But the fascination itself is more worth the time I spend talking to you. What kind of person are you, Jade? How do you see yourself? I'm an extraordinary person. Of course, she would like that. Double checking. Ordinary. Yeah, okay, she didn't like that one. Extraordinary. Half heart. Half a heart. Only one and a half left. Geraldine clasped her hands together in delight. See, you recognize your own talent. What is it that causes you to describe yourself as extraordinary? No, oh, that didn't do it. Okay. It's because of who I am as a person. There we go. Wait, something's not right here. Yeah, we should have gotten 1.5 right there. There we go. That felt weird for some reason. Okay. Anyway, we're only 1 heart away. Interesting. So you say that's in your blood. You've always been this way. Even years ago, before circumstances thrust you into the limelight. Yes, I think that great people are always great. It's not as if circumstance can take a person with no potential and mold them into a great achiever. Any great painter had the gift of artistry in them even before the moment when they first picked up a paintbrush. Every great general had some kind of spark in them, even when they were just a lowly privet. It can take time, sometimes years or even a lifetime, but eventually those people will realize their potential. It always seems like a great achievers come out of extraordinary circumstances, but I don't think that the circumstances make great people. It simply reveals them. So you believe that you were always a diamond in the rough, just waiting to be discovered. I'm not sure if I would compare myself to a diamond, but I agree with the sentiment. I appreciate your willingness to engage in this exercise in self-reflection for my sake, Jade. Turnabout is fair play, isn't it? Don't I get to ask you questions? The purpose of asking someone questions is getting them to talk, and I think I've already said quite a lot to you, haven't I? In fact, we've been talking so long that I've nearly forgotten another engagement I have to attend to. I'm afraid I'll have to chase you away and ask to continue this conversation on another day. Hopefully you don't think me rude. Until we meet again. Cedric invites me into his den and he takes a seat by the fireplace. I take the seat beside his. Have you ever thought about how much you're like a general? I've given it some thought. As a matter of fact, it's rather uncanny just how much the Grimoire Council has tried to sculpt your role to resemble that of a general without ever giving you the military title before. Do you know why that is? Okay, so neither one gives the council wants me to do things a military officer can't. Things like gathering intelligence, for example. It would be scandalous if a military officer were to be snooping around the lands, gathering information about foreign governments. I think that's why my title tries to paint me in a more diplomatic role. Oh, got a whole heart for that one, okay? Very good. Astute observation, Jade. The truth is, you will never know some of the worst parts of being a military officer, such as helplessness. Being in military leadership is about learning to live with helplessness. In what ways are military officers helpless? For one immediate thing, the members of the military don't have the power to declare war. Only the civilian council can do that. Sadly, this is a fact that many people seem to be unaware of. One of the other difficulties of being a military officer is constantly being blamed for things that you had no part in doing, but also had no power to prevent. In some cases, I have actively argued against certain actions, and then been forced to carry them out anyway, accepting the responsibility that came with following those general orders. There is a chain of command, but the top of the command structure isn't the generals, it's the council. When we go to war and things turn out poorly, when we lose battles and find ourselves morally challenged, when we discover that our enemies are not so evil as our leaders have made them out to be, the leaders of the military are blamed. After all, a man carrying a sword and shield and shouting as he charges toward the enemy is a manifestation of war for most people. But that man made no choice to be here. No, he only fights in the battles. He only obeys orders. People who think about it for one moment longer might think to blame the captains. the generals and the military officers that strategize how best to fight the war. The military leadership is often blamed for disasters of war. And it is true that generals are given the highest decision-making authority in times of war. But the generals lack authority in one area. They themselves cannot declare war. No, before the plans can be drawn and the battles can be fought, we need a declaration of war. And who is it that declares war? Certainly not the foot soldier on the front lines, nor the experienced military general. No, ironically, people of the military lack the ability to make the most important decision when it comes to war, which is answering the question of whether we instigate it or not. The only group with the power to declare war is the council. The civilian council decides that war has started, and then they send the men in uniform off to fight it. You might think that the council would value the input of officers, or people who have at least served on the battlefield. And they do, nominally. Every now and again I will be called to testify before the council and be asked to provide my input on how I believe the Empire's interest would best be served. But someone like me will never hold a seat on the council. When the question of whether we go to war comes up, I'll never be the one to cast the ballot. It would be easy to fill the council with people who have military experience. After all, with the way conscription works, nearly half of the adults in our country have, at some time or another, held a weapon and been called into service. Very few of them have seen battle, but at least most of them know what it is to march in formation and follow an officer's orders. They understand the basic concepts of military discipline. So you might think, at the very least, that a number of the council's members would have that experience of knowing what it's like to put on an armor and carry a weapon. If the council were a representation of the empire that they govern over, then perhaps half of the council's active members would have that experience. But in reality, fewer than a tenth of them do. I can count the number of veterans with council seats on one finger. Why the disparity? Because holding a seat on the council requires connections. Many of them come from wealthy families. Others simply have a talent for politics and talking their way into positions of power. And talking your way into positions of power is a trait you commonly find in people who manage to find ways to avoid conscription. It's the cruelest of life's ironies that the people with the greatest authority in times of war are the people who have the least amount of direct experience waging it. Time was, the city elders would be respected community members. You might see people who were stonemasons or farmers serving among the members of the voting council, but now they are all professional politicians. Cedric stares into the fire with sullen eyes. He appears to be lost in thought. Do you ever regret becoming a soldier? That's a whole heart. Okay, just double checking. Yeah, that's what I thought. A soldier never doubts if he can win the war, because that's just bad morale. Almost there with Sir Cedric. That's pretty cool. Good question. I think many soldiers ask themselves at one point or another in their careers. And what answer have you come up with? I don't regret it. Not at all. Even if I've had to do regrettable things. I don't understand. You feel like you've had to do regrettable things, and yet you don't regret doing them? That doesn't make sense. Certain individual actions may have been regrettable, but you asked me about the decision to be a soldier. That isn't something that I regret at all. I'm having trouble seeing the distinction. Imagine that you made the decision to be a mother. In the process of raising a child to adulthood, you're bound to have some regrets. You'll make some mistakes in parenting, but at the end of it, even in spite of all the mistakes, would you regret your decision to become a mother? Just because something is not perfect does not mean that it is regrettable. Even if somebody is slow and very turtle-like and silly, We all have something special and good moments. Ooh woo. My decision to make military service my life's work is much the same way. I gave up some of my own agency so that I could be used as an instrument of good in the world. The cost of that is that I've also fashioned myself as someone who can be used as an agent of destruction. But you can't have one without the other. A soldier who pledges his loyalty conditionally is no soldier at all. Cedric sighs and gazes away wistfully. My, this conversation turned somber. I hope you didn't come here hoping for me to entertain you. I appreciate your time. I feel like you've given me a lot to ponder. And what a burden that is. I hope you can still shoulder it all with all of your other responsibilities. I understand if you'd rather not dwell on such things, but please, stop by again if you ever find yourself in the mood to be lectured about weighty topics. Jade, the next time we speak, I don't expect that conversation to be as frivolous as this one. Do you know what I mean? I'm not sure that I do, Cedric. You will soon enough. Lady Geraldine, I got your message. Jade, I'm glad you came. I have some news for you. Interesting that his... Why did his portrait pop up for a second? That's weird. Good news, I hope. I'm afraid not. I have reason to believe someone is trying to betray me. Someone very close to me. Now I understand why we've been meeting in the garden lately. It is as you suspect. I did not want to risk being overheard by anyone. I'll be going away for some time, Jade. I don't know how long yet. 10 days, maybe more. I need to sort things out. I see. And just how are you planning to do that? Never mind the details. You have your own concerns at the moment. Just know that I will be reminding everyone that I'm not someone that should be carelessly crossed. I don't inquire further. Lady Geraldine may seem like an ordinary noblewoman, but I'm certain that she can make good on that threat. I count myself lucky that I am not her enemy. In any event, I wanted to make sure that I wished you good luck on your mission in person before leaving. Thank you, Lady Geraldine. I'm flattered that you thought of me. Now, I am afraid it is time for the two of us to take our leave. When I return, I expect to find the Namar plains free of undead. They have become quite a disturbance. It will be nice to have my trading routes clear of them once more. I can imagine. Hopefully when you get back, you'll be able to resume your business as if nothing happened. I would love that. Take care, Jade. Goodbye, Lady Geraldine. Okay, so we maybe can't fully max out Lady Geraldine without siding with her, it looks like, maybe. We'll be like a little bit off. Jade, welcome back. I'm surprised that you still have interest in hearing what I have to say. Should I be surprised that you still willingly invite me into your home? You are the rising star, the up-and-comer. I'm the washed-up veteran whose best days are behind him. But perhaps you disagree, Jade. Who would you say has more social influence, me or you? Speaking frankly, I think that I'm in a better position than you are, Cedric. You're right, I'm a rising star. You're not humble, but you are realistic. It's best to have both, but given the choice between the two qualities, I would say that realism will serve you better. Anyway, I think we have matters of more significance to discuss. And what matters would those be? I want to know what kind of leader you are, Jade. I want to know where your loyalties lie. Are you questioning my loyalties? It sounds like a bad thing, doesn't it? I would say that loyalty is a matter of degree. You have many loyalties. I think it's best to know which ones are strongest. I thought I would pose the question to you. Are you assembling a team of fighters to help you take Namar? These people, I imagine, have become close comrades of yours, both on and off the battlefield. But you've assembled them for a reason. You serve a higher calling, as it were. You're serving the interest of the people of Grimoire. So here's my question. Which of those obligations is more important? The obligation that you have to serve Grimoire, or the bond that you share with your comrades in arms? My greatest loyalty is to the people of this land. Of course, the interest of the greater good prevail over the interest of a few fighters. After all, the entire reason that band of fighters is assembled is so that they can cooperate to accomplish what needs to be done for the greater good. If I valued the lives of my companions above everything else, I might not be so casual about leading them into Namar. But there is a mission that must be done, and so we will do it, even if it requires some sacrifice. So you carry out the will of the Council. The Council represents the interest of the people of the Empire. That's how government works, Cedric. I serve the people by serving the Council. As well a proper soldier should. Cedric nods and pats me on the shoulder. You've become a fine leader, Jade. I'm not sure that I have anything to teach you. Whatever needs to be done, I'll trust that you'll do it. The fate of many rests on your shoulders, but you seem well equipped to handle the burden. But perhaps I can lighten the burden for you. Cedric looks up at the ceiling of the manor, as if appraising his own dwelling. The mansion seems like a poor place for a man like me to be spending his days. I shouldn't be sitting here, sitting in front of a fireplace. I should be in a war room, looking at a map, dictating troop movements. I think I shall leave this estate behind. I think that my days would be better spent in the council chambers. I've already used as much of my influence as I can for the cause, but being a social influencer was never my strong suit. So whatever skill I have as a military strategist that I have the council can make use of, I'll offer it up. Does that mean we'll be seeing more of each other? Probably less, actually. You don't strike me as the type who spends much time at the council chambers. You're the type of soldier who marches into battle, and now I'm the type who stays home and decides how the marching best ought to be done. Well, you command an autonomous unit, but there are other troops who aren't so autonomous. So I'll be behind closed doors, figuring out how best to command them. I feel a bit too old to be doing this, but seeing you, it's filled me with a desire to serve, and so I shall, with everything I can. Thank you, Jade. Thank you for giving me hope for our country's future. Let's make it a good one. Before I leave this mansion, Cedric calls out to me. Jade, wait. Before you go, I would like you to take this. What is it? A warden amulet. A new item. An old amulet. It was a gift from the Queen of Flowervale, Magesta. Flowervale? That's far away from here. I'm curious, how did you two meet? Actually, we've never met. She sent this amulet to me as a gift many years ago for saving an elven noble from Triberg. I didn't know it at the time, but the young lady was actually Magesta's niece, Trixie. Triberg? It looks like your time in the army took you all over Aravor. It did, Jade. It did. Maybe we can sit down and swap more stories someday. For now, though, take this with you. I'm too old to fight, so I have little use for it. Perhaps it can serve you or someone on your team instead. Are you sure you want me to take this? Yes, this amulet brings back a lot of memories, but in times like these, everyone needs to make sacrifices. This is the least I can do. Now please, Jade, take it before I change my mind. Thank you, Sir Cedric. This amulet is an amazing gift. We'll put it to good use. Is it an amazing gift? Though, is it truly? Let's see. Well, yes, it's saying that it's better than what I've got on now, the Silver Moon ring, so we get 3 attack, 3 defense, we lose 1 health regen, but we get more crit, hit, and parry, so yeah, it's a pretty good amulet. Very good. Double check that we don't need to switch these out over here. It really doesn't like the Flamberge hilt on her, does it? But that's a lot of attack. That's a lot of attack. And honestly, 5 regen and 1 defense is not really that good. And if we run across somebody that can heal again, I kind of want one person that's really focused on attack. because that healing is some bullshit sometimes. I roll over in my bed, unable to sleep. Even if in public I try appear to be strong, decisive person, it's no secret that I have a lot of responsibility on my shoulders. The future of a whole city, Grimoire, and possibly this whole region, it's in my hands. Luckily, I am not alone in this. My team, the wise Apollo Micho, and Karen. Karen. Oh, we're dreaming about Karen. Jade, finally you have come. My queen, what am I supposed to do here? We need to defeat the evil that lurks in the Mar. Have you forgotten? No, I haven't, but why am I here? Alone with you? You know why. Karen moves in close. Before I can process what's happening, her lips are on mine. Karen leans into the kiss for a brief moment and then pulls away, leaving me in a stunned stupor. From there, Karen confidently strides over to the side of a fierce griffin. It beats its wings powerfully, indicating its readiness to take flight. In case we won't meet again, I wanted you to remember me. Where are you going? I'm flying to Namar with my Amazon army. We're in this together, Jade. I can't help but admire Karen as she mounts her griffin, spear in hand. Everything about her radiates power. She's ready to fight, and as I bask in her glory, I feel my own morale soar. She is truly a queen worthy of the title. Farewell, my love. Karen. I wake up and sweat. What a strange dream. Not unpleasant by any means, but it would probably be best if I didn't mention it to Vayriel. Get those ideas out of your head, Jade. Karen is the Amazon Queen. She has no time for you. You're an outsider too. There's no chance. I decide to get back to sleep, but not before taking a hot bath to relax myself. The night before the battle, I feel my body change. When I look down at my hands, I see the hands of a dwarf, but it's almost as if I'm surprised to see a dwarf's hands, as opposed to the pale flesh of a vampire. I feel my teeth, still dwarf teeth, but it's as if my body is already prepared to be something else. It's as if this dwarf is some kind of other form, and my true self is about to be born. Zachary told me that the Vitus would eventually overwhelm the blood in my veins. It was a transformation that would take a month to complete, and that was 1 moon ago. I have no inkling of what is happening in my body, yet it feels like the transformation could occur at any moment. Is that feeling in the pit of my stomach the feeling of something changing within me, or mere anxiety? For my allies to see me transform before their very eyes, in the heat of battle, would be quite a disaster. No matter how accepting they might be of my choice, finding out in the midst of a conflict would be a difficult time for them to learn it. And if it happened at an inopportune moment, they might mistakenly believe me to be possessed by the enemy. If we went in to confront the vampires in the Mar, and I immediately began transforming into a vampire before their very eyes, what other conclusion could they draw? An explanation seems like the most prudent course of action, and, prudence aside, it's what I owe them. They deserve to know who and what it is that I truly am, before they follow me into battle for the last time. I can only hope that they understand my reasons for doing what I did. Perhaps this is the ultimate test of their trust in me. I asked you to come here tonight to talk, but it's not only about the final assault on Namar. There's something vital I need to share with you. What is it? From the tone of your voice and the look on your face, it looks serious. You all remember the Battle of Grimoire. Before the battle, I was visited by 2 vampires. Not vampires such as the ones we've battled, mind you. Vampires who consider those dwellings in Castle Namar as rivals. Zachary and Valerie are their names. My companions look at me with stunned silence. For them to hear that their leader has been consorting with vampires is one thing, but the bitter truth I must reveal is far, far more grave. I actually met them way before that night. Some of you already know about it. I was only vague about the details. Zachary and Valerie have their own reasonings for aiding me, for aiding us, in our mission to defeat the vampires of Namar. These two vampires made me an offer. They told me that they could make me a vampire, a being with greater strength, greater powers, a greater capability to defeat our enemies, and I accepted their offer. I expect to hear murmurs upon delivering this revelation. Instead, I hear only a few gasps. Some of their mouths are agape in shock, but they say nothing. I imagine that some of you may be thinking that perhaps these vampires were lying to me. Perhaps this was some sort of trap. Believe me, this possibility occurred to me as well. Even now, I'm not sure that I fully trust Zachary and Valerie. Every step of this journey that we've taken together has been one of calculated risks. Even if this might be a trap, the benefits seem too great to pass up. I saw an opportunity to gain an advantage in our fight against Namar's vampires, and I took it. So on that night, hours before the undead came knocking at the Grimoire City gates, I allowed them to give me a bite, which started the process. The changes in me were gradual. You may have already noticed some of them yourselves. I've become physically sturdier and more resilient to damage. My powers have grown over time, and I've gained abilities that allow me to fight better than before. The transformation is not yet complete, but it may be imminent. I can tell from looking at each of you that this revelation comes as a shock. I understand how wrong this must seem to some of you. How could I choose to become a vampire myself when vampires are our enemies? I can only say that I had my reasons, but I fully understand if you disagree with those reasons. If you want to talk, I am here. Please, each of you, take the time to think upon this. Take as much time as you need. I'll personally meet with each of you in turn when you are ready to give me your thoughts. You've taken an incredible step, Jade. You've entered a world that you can never leave. I hope you thought about it carefully, Jade. While I don't like you keeping the secret from us, I must say that I had noticed your battle skills were greatly improved in the recent times. If this choice can help us win this war, that's fine by me. I do hope you'll forgive me if I find myself a bit more reluctant to turn my back on you from now on. It's unavoidable. Jade, I have no objection to what you did. Really? Yes. While I would have preferred if you didn't, I know a leader sometimes needs to sacrifice herself in order to achieve victory, to achieve peace. That's what you did. You decided that the sacrifice of one was worth to save many. You have my respect for this. That said, if you turned into a vampire and you started being a threat to me or my companions, I would have no hesitation to strike you down, Jade. Yes, I understand, Lyric. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. I really didn't expect this from you. Have I disappointed you, Galan? A bit. Though, considering who I am, what I did in the past, I'm the last one who can judge you for your choices, Jade. I only hope that was really worth it. I guess we'll see in the coming battle tomorrow. So you'll be on my side, Galan? You bet. I wouldn't miss it for anything in the world. Desira approaches me with a sad face and wet eyes. Is she crying? Desira, you don't need to worry. I won't be a threat for you. I promise. You don't understand, Jade. I'm sad for you, for what you'll become after this is over. What will happen to you? You'll end up like one of them, hunted by the law, always hiding in the darkness of the night. What kind of life is that? A life I chose to live to save you all. I will be on your side tomorrow, Jade. You can count on me. What have you done, Jade? You embraced the darkness, the same darkness that we're fighting? Yes, I embraced it to become as strong as our enemies. It was an opportunity given to me, and I chose to take it. I'm only asking you to follow me until the end of the mission, nothing else. I will do it. Then I don't want to see you again. I understand. So, finally Jade reveals herself for what she really is, an egoist. How is what I've done selfish? You didn't think about us. What would happen if you suddenly turned while we are on a mission? They assured me that wouldn't happen until the full moon was upon us. Yeah, like vampires can be trusted. Jade, sometimes I wonder how it is that the council puts so much trust on you, when clearly you're such an ingenious person. Vampires are liars. Are you coming or not? I am, but only because I want to make sure that this threat is stopped once and for all. I don't think we'll see each other after this. Lena looks me in the eyes, her light blue eyes piercing through me like a spear, as if she wanted to understand what I am really thinking, what's going on in my head. I wish I could know what she's thinking as well. Jade, you're silent. What do you think? I mean about the fact that you'll be with me. I will, but make no mistake, Jade. I'm only coming to ensure that the evil lurking in the Mara is defeated once and for all. After that, you better not try to even come close to the Amazon territory. You'll be killed on sight. What have you done, Jade? This is wrong. Of all people, I thought you could be the one who would understand what I did more than others, Fayreal. How? Because I am a fallen druid? I didn't choose this life. You deliberately chose it. You chose to turn yourself into a monster. For what? To make sure we would win this battle, Fayreal. That's why. The battle, yes. The mission. The council. They were always your priorities, weren't they? I was never one. No, don't say this. You know it's not true, Fayreal. I still care about you. Then why did you keep such a secret hidden from me for so long? I didn't know what you would say, and maybe if you told the others, there was too much at stake. I will come to Namar tomorrow and make sure you don't harm anyone in case you turn. That's it. He looks at me in the eyes. I don't see hate, but his expression is fierce. He probably isn't ready to forgive me for what I've done. Thank you, Fayreal. I hope that won't be the last time we meet, though. I don't want to. He doesn't finish the phrase and leaves the room. I hope we can still be together after all of this. Jade, I was thinking about a joke to make, but I can't find any. I guess this was too much for even you, right? Well, I guess after what happened, I won't be the only one speaking with a forked tongue. You found a way to make me smile even now. Impressive. So, see you tomorrow, I guess. After that, who knows, maybe you'll start to enjoy the swamps as well. It's a nice place when you're hunted on sight from most races, you know. I must say I don't much like the idea. Enoch comes closer to me, shaking his head in disapproval. Why have you done it, Jade? There was no need for any extra power. Our team is already strong enough as it is. I know, but you need to put yourself in my shoes, Enoch. I was offered this opportunity. I only had a brief moment to think about it. I needed to decide fast, and even if the choice I made was wrong, there's nothing that can be done about it now. Well, on this you're right. The damage is done. I don't think even with dark magic I could undo a vampire transmutation. I will follow you in this final battle, but I'll keep an eye on you, Jade. Thanks, Enoch. Everyone has left. I'm alone in my room now. I spend a moment in isolation, but the moment is gone when two familiar vampire faces appear in front of me. That was an interesting show, wasn't it, Valerie? An interesting show indeed. Well, I might be that I'm getting old, but I really don't understand normal people anymore. How could they all still follow you after you dropped that bomb on them? They're really loyal followers. After you turn, you should consider transforming them all into vampires as well. You could become a formidable force. I've never seen more obedient people. Don't you dare, Zachary. They only follow me because they trust me, and even now their loyalty is being tested to its ultimate limit. Some stated clearly that will be the last mission they'll do with me. Of course. But you know, people don't always say exactly what they're thinking, and people's minds can be changed. You could still convince them, you know. Please leave. Come, Valerie. Looks like our friend needs some time alone. They leave. I am alone in my empty room again. I feel a shiver down my spine because I am excited for tomorrow. Finally, tomorrow will be the day I turn into a vampire, and nobody will be able to stop me anymore. In the past weeks, I could already feel it, but today I feel an immense power flowing in my veins. Tomorrow couldn't come sooner enough. The night has come. Tonight we're going to conquer Namar. Senya and her pirate cohorts are leading the attack by sea. I can hear the sound of the ship cannons as they bombard Namar. The cannons aren't very accurate, but they'll manage to thin the undead ranks for sure. The vampires too. Even if they're undead, getting hit by a cannonball ought to deal them some damage. The Empire soldiers follow the veterans' orders and execute tactical maneuvers to take advantage of the terrain surrounding Namar. Even with the fog, the veterans' experience proves invaluable in this fight. Sir Cedric was right. Experience matters more than weapons and armor ever could. Of course, the Grand Mogul of Dengira offered his help again by sending some merchants to sell things to our army. I swear that those people have money flowing in their veins instead of blood. In this case, I am happy to have the possibility to rest and restock my potions if needed. I see two men approaching me emerging from the mist. Sir Cedric, Captain Thomas, Jade, we're ready to commence the assault. Good. But, Sir Cedric, I'm surprised to see you here. I couldn't miss it for anything in the world. Mind you, I won't be leading any army myself, but I simply wanted to be here and offer any advice I can to help you. Thank you. I could use some help indeed. What is the situation? Our army is deployed and ready to strike. The vampires assumed a defensive position. They have the advantage considering the Mars' tricky terrain. The good news is that the mist seems to be retreating back to the castle too. That's great news. We'll be able to better see what happens on the battlefield. Yes, but don't be too cocksure. It might also be a strategy. These vampires could be trying to trick us with false sense of security to strike us from behind. We must be vigilant. I'll spare you the details, Jade, so you can focus on leading the battle on the larger scale. There are two things to consider: their defenses and our army morale. The morale. Sir Cedric is right. We outnumber the undead, but they keep coming out of the castle and rise from the ground surrounding it. We need to keep the momentum. We must keep pushing towards the castle, evade the enemy's scare tactics. So one of our goals, besides destroying the castle defenses, is also to keep the army morale high. If terror starts spreading, even an army outnumbering the enemy could quickly collapse and retreat. Then all would be lost. Alright, so what are our options? There are several. You can go down the field yourself to thin their ranks. A successful victory will raise the army morale. Be careful though. A loss, while not deadly, would lower the morale. Since you're already disposed of all the vampire lieutenants, that's one less thing to worry about. However, we spotted some giant undead. We have marked them as critical targets. Defeating one of those will obviously be harder, but worth it. But I'm afraid they won't let you escape if you choose to fight them. As you can imagine, defeating a critical target will give a big boost in our army morale, and will be a serious blow on the castle's defenses. Good. That's all I need to know. One last thing, Jade. Once the castle defenses are down, we can breach it, allowing our forces to enter. However, as you can imagine, an army cannot march inside without scouting it first. We don't want them to wander into an ambush. We can't risk that many lives until we're sure that there isn't a trap waiting for them. I'll be the first to enter the castle, together with my team. We'll make sure that there's nothing dangerous left inside. Once we secure the main hall, we'll give the signal and you can enter too. Indeed, you take new territory, and the army will come in to defend it. Once we're inside, don't worry about watching your back. That's our job. Just concentrate on advancing the front line. Good luck, Jade. Okie dokie. Oh, now that is interesting. So if we did not kill these guys, and the original, they would be here as critical targets for us to fight. And we can rest, which will regain health and SP, but it lowers the army's morale. We also have a specific merchant here. Do they sell anything really good that we might want to pay attention to? It doesn't look like it, maybe? Oh, maybe. Merfolk Queen earrings, okay. That might be even better than our current. We lose the attack, which it's not that much attack, it's not as much as her card. But we do get 2 more defense. 1 more health regen isn't that good. Is it better? We lose the parry, crit hit, and attack for 2 defense. Honestly, I'm not sure about that. Got a few amulets here, don't we? Pyromancer earrings. It also says it's better for this one, but we lose that attack. I'm just not sure about that because I want some people to be focused on attack, you know? have some potion of medium restoration. I think I will go ahead and buy 7 of those. Even though we probably don't need it, it'll give us an even 10 of each. And you know what? I'm just going to sell these just to be even. We have 10 potions of medium healing, vitality, and restoration, and our Jaya Sap and our Hearts of Chakra. I think we're doing pretty fucking good. So let's fight a critical target. Let's just get rid of them. Giant mummy, giant horror zombie, giant fat zombie abomination, or giant double head zombie abomination. Interesting, interesting. Good work, Jade. You've really helped to thin out their ranks. We just need to keep this fight up. Unfortunately, we got reports that the rest of the army lost a few fights against undead. Army morale slightly decreased. Well, I can't do much about that. I mean, we're you know, interesting that I can also change current party members in the middle of the fight. Pretty sure that core staff isn't worth shit. Why did it kick me out of the main thing again, you freaking weirdo? Don't know why it keeps doing that. That's just weird. I am the main character. I need to be in the main thing. It just makes sense. Yeah, again, I don't really want to lower her attack like that. Alright, let's fight the giant horror zombie now. I'm doing pretty good. Nuala's losing a little bit of SP, but she's got SP regen, so it's all good. Good work, Jade. You've really helped to thin out their ranks. We just need to keep up this fight. The help from Cedric's veteran friends is invaluable. They're keeping our army morale strong. That's good to see. Unfortunately, we got reports that the rest of the army lost a few fights against undead. Well, they need to start winning, goddammit. I mean, I'm doing everything I can over here. Don't know what you expect out of me. I don't think any of these weapons and stuff we just got is any good. They look like pretty generic stuff. Yeah. Platinum earrings. Yeah. Okay. Moving on to the next lethal battle. The Fat Zombie Abomination. Doing a good job still. We lost many men while I was fighting. Oh no. Well, maybe you should stop dying. Okay, last one. Last one. We didn't really get anything there, did we again? Got some sort of bow, some sort of hat, none of which is really any good. Sended ring, so we'll just sell that. And for the sake of completion, we'll just buy 2 of these. But I kind of didn't want to rest, because if we can do this without resting, that would be kind of cool. Final fight, the double head zombie. And then we'll have killed them all. Good work, Jade. You've really helped to thin out the ranks. We just need to keep up this fight. Unfortunately, we've got reports that the rest of the army lost a few fights, as they've been doing pretty much every time. The undead army is dispersing. This is the opportunity we were waiting for. We must strike now. Men, clear a path so that Jade and her team can reach the castle's entrance. My apologies. I didn't mean to give orders to the army instead of you, Captain Thomas. It's fine. I can see why in the heat of excitement you might forget who's in charge. Have you listened, men? Our goal is to clear a path through the undead army to let Jade's team inside. The soldiers followed Thomas's orders and band together, clearing out a swath of the undead in the space between us and the castle. We quickly rushed through the opening they've created to reach the castle entrance without being slowed down by writhing masses of undead. We're inside Castle Namar once again. There are a few lesser undead roaming around, but we quickly dispose of them. I signaled to my team to follow me as I rushed to the castle's main hall. I don't know why, but I sense that someone is there. And indeed, my sixth sense was right. An enormous muscular man shows in front of me. He is quite different from all the vampires I've seen before. He looks massive. So you think you have the rights to enter my new home uninvited? That's very rude of you. Unless you're coming to be my dinner. In that case, I forgive you. Who are you? I am Sir Humbra. You're a knight. A former knight, and now a much more powerful Shadow Knight. I shiver. I have heard many tales in my profession about Shadow Knights. They're deadly knights that specialize in dark magic. They're spoken about in whispers and vague rumors, as none have ever confronted one directly and lived to tell about it. I see you trembling before me. Are you afraid, Jade? What? Did you really think my friends didn't tell me your name? I know perfectly who you are. You disposed of my lieutenants. You killed Hercelia. You've been a decent opponent after all. Friends. Yes, friends. Why do you think it's not possible for someone like me to have friends? Feelings. To love someone. He grins and clearly shows vampire teeth. So he is a vampire and Shadow Knight, a formidable combination. There's a sparkle in his eyes. This man, or vampire, or whatever he is driven by some powerful force. I know he won't stop until he reaches his goal. But what is his goal? 5 more vampires, lesser ones, but still vampires, join his side. I need to gain time to plan a strategy. Make him talk. I have the feeling that if I attack him now, I would be quickly killed. Why Namar? What about Namar? Why did you choose to make this your center of operation? Can you imagine a more ideal location? Far away from civilization, yet still close enough to go hunting during full moons. It is the ideal place for a vampire to live, don't you think? And here I was, thinking you chose it to defend against possible attacks. It seems that was nothing but an unexpected benefit. It was a happy little coincidence for us. I wouldn't have devoted all my resources to this castle if I didn't think it was an ideal place to defend against an attack. Do you know Valerie and Zachary? I thought so. Are they with you? Who knows? They always show up when I least expect it. They could be following me even now. First I'll take care of you, and then I'll take care of them. No surprise that he is not a friend of them. They've been plotting against Namar the whole time. What do you want to leave peacefully? What do I want? Let me think. I want Grimoire and Lothark, Horus. I want to see them all in ruin and the whole human empire destroyed. Damn, it looks like that parley with this one will be pointless. I won't be able to reach any compromise. Okay, so it doesn't look like we really learned too much. Okay. You've lost already. The undead army is being rallied. As we speak, the Empire army is killing the few wandering undead left outside. Interesting that you might be thinking this. Let me offer you another perspective instead. What if I willingly ordered the undead outside to let you pass? Your actions were disrupting our defenses and raising the Empire army's morale. I couldn't risk going outside, so I simply allowed you to enter, so that I can fight you on my own terms. Instead of forcing me to come out and fight you, you've chosen to confront me here, in my inner sanctum. Do you really think that you have the advantage here? You're surprised. I can tell you this. Once I kill you and your pathetic team here, nothing will be able to stop us from destroying the Empire's army. Enough talk. Prepare to... Not yet. I want to offer you the tainted blood. You seem a worthy foe. I don't know who of us will prevail in the end, but I think you deserve this. What is it? A vial with my own blood. Seems fair to give you a taste since it's all you'll ever get from me. I like your sense of humor, but I'm afraid I don't care about it. I'll get your blood directly from you. Are you sure? Why don't you try it? I throw the vial in their direction. The vial breaks on the floor, the blood coming out of it. One of the vampires can't resist and jumps on it and starts licking the floor. I don't even have to give the signal. My companions hit the poor vampire with everything they have and it's killed in a few seconds. I flash a smile to Humbra, who is growing furious. Enough talk. Prepare to die. More vampires joined his side, however using the vials to take out his original allies must have made him weaker. The new ones are replacements anyways. Oh dear, did we somehow break the game? The thingy's in the way, and I can't see what the other thing says. You didn't kill me. I can't die. Okay, so he was just saying that he can't die. Well, you can die because you just did, fool. And there we did it. We defeated Humbra. We humbled Humbra. It's not over yet. No. Humbra gets back on his feet, and even if all his vampire allies are gone, he summons several zombies to assist him. Concentrate your attacks on him. If he's defeated, he can't control the undead anymore. Oh, so we have to fight twice. Okay. this can't be. All the zombies around him collapse on the ground. But why? You're one of us too. Why did you fight me? I needed your help to save Lisbeth. Who's Lisbeth? Is this the end? Yes. My love, I can see you now, through the light. Mort was wrong. We're together again. The heck is he talking about? The Shadow Knight collapses to the ground with a loud thump. Seconds later, his body vanishes and only ashes remain. Look outside the windows. The mist is completely gone. We finally put an end to this evil magic. We did it. However, before I can answer my companions, from the four corners of the main hall, more shambling undead show up. More undead coming. Retreat to the battlements. They won't be able to surround us there. We hastily make our way up to the battlement. We form true groups so that we can control the undead coming from both sides. But the narrow battlement gives us an advantage. The undead aren't able to overwhelm us. At least in theory, because after several minutes of fighting, there's no end in sight. I see the sun on the horizons, and the beauty of the dawn is contrasting with the ugliness of the horde of undead attacking us. This is it. Even with Humbra out of the picture, the undead are still too many. They are overwhelming us. We should have won. We defeated every powerful adversary that came our way. No challenge was too great. But now, is this how it all ends? Overwhelmed by sheer numbers of an undying army that knows no end. Suddenly I hear sounds above us, like the cry of giant birds flying over us. I look in the sky and the wonder before my eyes leaves me speechless. Several Amazons are riding griffins, led by Queen Karen herself, launching an attack from the sky. The griffin riders are able to hit undead striking from above, like eagles, killing large swaths of undead on each strike. The tide of battle is rapidly changing in our favor, with the griffin riders thinning their ranks and drawing the attention of the undead. It's no trouble for us to finish off the stragglers by ourselves. The battle seems far from over, but a battle that seemed hopeless only moments ago now seems winnable. I look at the faces of my companions, streaked with sweat and dirt and blood, but still they fight on with a renewed sense of determination. No matter the challenge, no matter how relentless the assault, we will carry on. We push forward and the undead stop rising. At last it seems that whatever force was animating them has dried out. After some minutes, the Amazons land safely on the castle courtyard with their griffins. Queen Karen comes forward to speak to me. Jade, or should I call you Vampire Jade? Did you choose another name yet? Oh, you know. Of course I know. Lena told me everything. I was unsure I swoop in and strike you down too. But after considering everything we've been through to win this battle, I thought better of it. Save your breath, Jade. Queen Karen holds her hand forward. I slowly take it and shake her hand. This will be the last time we meet, Jade. I think I know why you did it. To be more powerful. To increase the chance of victory. This was wrong. True warriors never comes down to compromise their true self to win a battle. If they feel they're not up to the task, they train. They keep training until they're ready. What if there's not enough time to train? Then it means you weren't the right person for the job. Goodbye, Jade. As I watch Karen leaving, I have the certainty that I'll never see her again in my life. And that thought leaves me with a profound sense of sadness, as if she's taking an important part of me with her as she leaves. The others gather around me. The first one to speak is Lyric. Jade, are you a vampire now? Yes, I feel like one. I don't feel the hunger yet, but I could sense it approaching. It's probably best if you all go away from here. Everyone leaves except for Variel. He stands still in front of me, unsure what to do. I am unsure what to do either. Finally, I move towards him. He looks scared, probably because my movements are already much faster than usual, being a vampire. I offer him a word of reassurance. Variel, my love, don't say anything. I need to be alone for a while now. I need to learn to control myself, my new self. But I'm not abandoning you. I will find you again. We'll meet again, Variel. I swear it. He says nothing but nods. Then he leaves like the others. Without thinking, I start wandering in the castle. It's odd how just a few minutes ago it was writhing with undead, and now it's empty. Even the remains of the undead have crumbled to dust. The silence is almost disturbing. I find myself in the throne room where I fought Humbra before and spot the remains of his clothes. I hear the sound of slow clapping behind me. I turn my head and somehow I'm not surprised by who I see. You're my hero. Well, hero maybe is a bit of an exaggeration. After all, if it wasn't for Karen, you would be dead by now. But you did a good job nonetheless. Just how long have you been lurking here, hidden in the darkness, observing me, observing us? Try to understand, Jade. We invested a lot in this little endeavor, and we wanted to be sure that you managed to fulfill it. Congratulations. You didn't disappoint. I have some questions. Questions? About what? The Shadow Knight. Before dying, he mentioned the name of Lisbeth and Mort. Who are they? Sad story. Oh yes, such a sad story. I'm sure you don't want to hear it. Oh no, don't give me that. I want to hear all the details, and if there's ever a time when you two owe me an explanation, it's now. Whatever. If you insist. Humbra, the Shadow Knight. Long ago he was a knight. A normal one, I mean. He served under King... What was his name again? It's been a while, and the names of ancient kings who can only survive so long. Perhaps it's written in a book somewhere. Anyway, the king who ruled Ice Celia. You know Ice Celia, right? Eastern coast of Essanus. Go on. Really, the details of the story are not important. I'll be the judge of that. It's a simple story, really. Knight falls in love with a poor young lady. Lisbeth was her name. Lisbeth, she was very ill, very sick. She dies. Humbra, the knight, falls into a deep sorrow. A once great man, the first knight of Ice Celia, is slowly reduced to a slovenly drunkard whose mourning knows no end. One day, Humbra, the mourning drunkard, is visited by a benevolent vampire. A vampire who sees the potential within him, the strength that once made him the first knight of Ice Celia. This vampire sees greatness in him, greatness that will be seen by others if only it is properly molded. I can guess how a vampire might mold someone. Yes, Humbra was transformed into, well, something quite special. It was a process that took time. Humbra behaved like a mad horse at first. He found himself with new powers, and was not the most responsible steward of them. He traveled all across Aragorn, finding new friends along the way. The vampire lieutenants we encountered. Yes, this wandering band of misfits happened upon a decrepit old castle located on the peninsula, a perfect place to call home, far away from the nearest town, yet close enough to go out hunting during full moons. Castle Namar. You keep interrupting my story. I'm just confirming the details. Humbra and his friends called this castle home for, well, quite a while. Years, centuries, they all sort of run together. Their lives, or death rather, had no real meaning until someone important showed up. Mort. Yes, old Mother Mort. A powerful being, a necromancer perhaps, strong and manipulative. Mort works her way into Humbra's ear. Humbra, the man who is still, after all these years, mourning the loss of his precious Lisbeth. She makes him an offer he can't refuse. Yes, as all good necromancers do. Mort knows that Humbra's own existence is not as important to him as that of Lisbeth. Mort can bring Lisbeth back from the underrealm. That's what she claims anyway. Can she? Does it matter? What matters is that she has ways of persuading Humbra that she can bring Lisbeth back, and Humbra believes her. All she asks in exchange is a small favor. A minor task, really. You say minor. I'm willing to guess it isn't quite so minor. All Mort wants in exchange for Lisbeth's soul is for Humbra to lead Mort's undead army to defeat the human empire. Why would Mort want to destroy the human empire? Why humans specifically? Who knows? I am old, but only a few centuries. Mort must be older than I am. Something between her and the Empire must have happened centuries ago, and Mort seems like the sort to hold a grudge. Anyways, Humbra accepts, and thanks to Mort teachings, he becomes a Shadow Knight, a creature of darkness with powerful magical abilities. The other vampires who disagree are either killed or thrown out from the castle. Humbra has only ears for Mort now. He doesn't care about the others, even his long-time friends. So Humbra was only a pawn in all this. Mother Mort was the one pulling this. It's always the mommies. The mommies are always behind everything. Yes, even the mist was her magic. I have to admit that was a good idea, but I wouldn't worry too much. Though her powers are strong, she needs helpers. Mort, it would seem, is good at creating undead armies, but she can only furnish the raw material. When it comes to commanding undead, she needs the help of a Shadow Knight, or perhaps a vampire. That's why it wasn't until recently that she became a real threat. The vampires living in Castle Namar may not have been the root cause of all of this, but they certainly catalyzed it. It is a recipe that requires 3 parts. Mort the Necromancer can raise the dead, but evidently she cannot control them herself outside the castle. And vampires can command the dead, but not raise them. And vampires can control a limited number of undead, but to command an army required a number of vampires, all working toward a single common goal. It was only when the 3 intersected, when a Shadow Knight managed to gain the loyalty of some vampire friends, and Mort managed to manipulate a Shadow Knight to do her bidding, that the human empire came to face an existential threat. What a sad story. A sad story indeed. Mort preyed on Humbra's sorrows and turned him into her pawn. To think, all this was because of Humbra's love for Lisbeth. He never finished mourning her death. And in the end he lost everything. He lost the peace that he had managed to find in Namar. He lost the only friends who had ever cared about him. Those friends wouldn't happen to be you, would they? Smart. Very smart. Yes, Jade. Of course you would figure it out. You see, I was the one who turned Humbra into a vampire. We came to Namar, and in the process of looking for more company, I turned Valerie. You haven't yet earned an explanation for all the details, but suffice it to say, what we had together was something special. Humbra, for all of the anguish and grief that tormented him through the years, was a dear friend, and nothing made me sadder than the day when Mother Mort began to whisper foolish lies into Humbra's ear. So you see, Jade, we never wanted any of this. All this death and destruction. There was no reason behind it. But Humbra wouldn't listen to reason. His mind was corrupted by Mort, and there was no persuading him, or all the stupid lesser vampires who followed him. When we first met, you made it sound as though you were part of some petty political squabble. I never realized that your relationship with Humbra ran so deep. that you were the one who created him. I never realized that I was part of a revenge plot. Revenge? Jade, do you really believe that I wanted revenge against Humbra? Even now, seeing his unmaking brings me anguish. But you lied to me. I told you what I thought you needed to hear in order for your mission, for our mission, to be a success. Your people are safe. What do you have to complain about? Or perhaps I should say, your former people. You're one of us now, after all. What will you do now? We're staying here. There's a vacant property, and I can't see anyone wanting to live here except us. But the real question is, what are you going to do now, Jade? Now you're a vampire too. You can't go back to Grimoire. They would kill you on sight, no matter what you did for them. They will never trust you again. Don't worry, I have a special someone waiting for me. Very well, we'll let you go then, as token of gratitude for what you did. But don't dare to interfere with our plans, or even come here again uninvited. I won't. Trust me, I have had enough of this place. Epilogue. Epilogue. I'm sorry, Beirut. I feel as though you've lost something important because of me. You were starting to get along with the citizens of Grimoire, and I feel like I forced you to leave because of what I've become. It was my own choice, Jade. I won't say that I was happy to leave behind my role at the infirmary, but this is more important to me. But once we reach Zoltar, what's the plan? Since our triumph against Namar, my name became rather famous. The fallen druid, the one who can heal any disease. God, sometimes I laugh when I hear such stories about me. They made me become a sort of legend. The way you talk is making me start to feel a bit envious. Why, your fame is much greater than mine. There's no legend greater than the one who became a vampire herself to defeat the vampires of Namar. Yes, and that's what bothers me. That's the sort of notoriety that makes people start to fear you. It wouldn't bother me so much if it weren't for the fact that it's come to affect you, too. Now you have to hide just to be with me. You've been hiding for so long. Exactly, Jade. I have stayed hidden for most of my life. So when I say that I'm willing to go into hiding just so that we can be together, I know what I'm talking about. Now that we are leaving behind Isanus, people will no longer recognize us. Tales of our adventures may make their way to Zoltar, but who will be able to look at us and realize that we're the one the legends are about? To them, we can just be two wanderers. Wanderers, maybe. Bards? That's what I was after all before all this began. If you prefer, what we'll pretend to be doesn't matter anyway. What matters here is that we can start a new life again, together. And the best part is, we found a way to provide for your needs without needing to hurt anyone else. Indeed, who would have thought that your life channeling powers would make it possible for me to feed from your own life force? I wonder if any other vampire has ever made the same discovery. I doubt it. If that's what it takes to keep you from needing to kill to sate your vampiric hunger, then I'm more than willing to do it. Just make sure to stay well fed. Remember, now you're eating for two, making it sound like you prego. I suppose you're right. Pharaoh looks out over the water, and I start to see a smile spread across his face. A smile of contentment. Vayriel does not smile often, but as I think about the life we have ahead of us, and the future we can now spend together, I think everything is going to be all right. I move in to hug Vayriel, and we share an embrace. He, the fallen druid, me, the vampire. We are two misfits who don't belong anywhere in this world, but together, perhaps we can enjoy something resembling a normal life. But even if our life isn't going to be normal, I know I'm going to enjoy it, just as long as I have Vayriel by my side. Aww. Enoch and Rissa returned to the swamps to live out the rest of their days in peace. Though several cities within the human empire recognized them as heroes and extended them formal offers to become citizens, the two Nagas ultimately decided that they were content to have only each other as company. Occasionally Enoch and Rissa make brief appearances in Grimoire to visit friends or to purchase cooking ingredients for Enoch. Although some Grimoire citizens were initially concerned that the presence of two Nagas might frighten children in the city, Enoch and Rissa turned out to be immensely popular with the children of Grimoire, who often ask to feel their scales when they make an appearance. Lena resumed her duties as an Amazon guard captain. At Lauren's request, Lena began training young Briza, and the two young Amazons began showing great promise under Lena's tutelage. After some badgering from the princess, Lena allowed Lauren to practice dual wielding, and soon Lena recognized in Lauren a great potential which she hoped might one day surpass her own skill. After the success in Namar, Jasper received a personal invitation from Polymisho to work with the council. According to official council records, Jasper politely refused the offer. According to those who witnessed the meeting in person, the refusal was slightly less than polite, as Jasper's stated reason for refusing the offer was that he felt more safe and free with the bastards of the sea than with the bastards of the council. Those on the council say it is unlikely that Jasper would be extended a similar offer in the future. After the Battle of Namar, Nuala returned to the dunes to serve Lyric and her people. Tales of her achievements spread throughout the Empire and beyond, and soon it became difficult to distinguish rumor and legend from fact. People swear to have seen her regularly move away from the camp during the night and turn herself into a beautiful desert cat to run freely amongst the dunes. Now that sounds pretty cool. Desira took her rightful place as the head of the Rasmus estate. Though initially uncomfortable with playing the role of a noble, she quickly became well known throughout Hammerhands as a generous philanthropist. Many said that her heart was just as generous as that of her father, Faberge Erasmus. Many gentlemen suitors have attempted to court her, but Desira has said that her heart belongs to the city of Hammerhands and the people she serves. Gallian left Grimoire shortly after the final assault on Namar and traveled to Mount Kronos, where he met with Sauser, a master of truth. He's learning to meditate and control himself. He's still there with no plans to go back. Kusho became very popular among the elves after the victory on Namar. A number of people approached him hoping to hire him for his talents as an assassin, but Kusho declined every offer, claiming that none of them interested him. Eventually, a very wealthy person in Dingira paid him a fortune to become one of his personal guards. Kusho left Grand Tree and moved to the town of Dingira in Zoltar, and now uses his expertise in the art of assassination to foil assassination attempts. Merritt kept leading his tribe in the years following the Namar events. He accomplished many more notable feats during his late years, but he never stopped telling stories about the time he spent serving with the legendary hero, Jade. Eventually he became too old to rule, and one day decided to appoint Musamba, a young promising fighter, as his successor. Take this. To think I would be bested by the princess like this? Do you have what it takes to finish this fight? You can't escape from me. Enemy of the Amazons, you have met your end. Princess Lauren, you fought well. Die now. That was a good fight, Rhizome. You can get up now. Rhizome? Are you alright? Rhizome, I'm sorry, I'll go get... Rhizome, you scared me. The way you were lying like that, I thought you were actually dead. You're not supposed to keep pretending after the fight is over. Well then, if my play acting was good enough to fool you, then I must have been doing a good job, right? Yes, the best. You're not a very good fighter, but you're good at pretending. Well, if that's a compliment, I guess I'll have to take it. I don't feel like these games are very good training. I got plenty of training already, but the training is always so serious. So many rules, so many specific steps to follow. Rhizome, the reason I like fighting with you is because it's about the pretending, not about the fighting. Well then, are you done pretending? Do I have to get ready for you to hit me with that stick again? I'm not done yet. Take this. Oh my, is this? Oh no, the urn. What's going on in here? Is that the urn of Herza? That urn was precious, beyond precious. How did this happen? Princess, did you? I'm sorry, Ma'am, I apologize. It was my fault. You broke this urn? No, Rhizome, it was me who... Lauren can't accept any blame for this. I should take the punishment. For a slave like you, destroying an artifact as important as this is an offense that could be punishable by death. You understand this? I cannot tell a lie. It was due to my carelessness. Princess Lauren was involved only as an observer to my transgression. Then I suppose you'll have to accept your fate. Hold on. Queen Karen. What happened here? The shattered glass you see is all that remains of Herza's urn. I broke it. I'm sorry, my queen. Lauren, is that really what happened? No, it's not. Mother, it was me. We were playing and... Princess, you cannot accept responsibility. Hush, Rhizome. Let the princess speak. We were playing and I swung at Rhizome and hit the wall behind him. The urn must have lost its balance and... I see. Rhizome, that's not the story I heard you just tell. No, I'm sorry, my queen. Why did you lie to me? Why did you interrupt to prevent my daughter from speaking the truth? I wanted to protect her from the consequences. A girl of her age should not have to answer for something like this. If Lauren is to be the princess of the Amazons, then she must be held to account for her actions. Rhizome, I'll not have you make a liar out of my daughter, nor will I have you lying to me in order to protect her. I'm sorry, my queen. Rhizome, come here, and let me see your face better. My queen, thank you for trying to protect Lauren. Were I in your place, I would have done the same thing. But from now on, I ask that you do not lie to me, not even if it is to protect Lauren. Of course, my queen. Please leave us. I would like to speak to my daughter privately. That Rhizome really is quite a fascinating individual. What is it about him? At first glance, he really seems quite ordinary. And yet, there is something about that man that I can't quite put my finger on. I've never known a slave to behave as he does. He's a kind person. Kindness is not so uncommon among slaves. In fact, even among slaves who lack kindness, it is not so uncommon for them to feign it out of a sense of self-interest. Even a cynical slave might try to get in the good graces of a princess by taking the blame for some minor transgression. After all, you will one day be ruler of this place, but it takes a special kind of person to accept responsibility to protect the princess when it might mean his own death. When I heard that you had been spending time with one of the slaves, I was suspicious of his intents, but now that I've seen the man up close, he is not what I expected. He enjoys spending time with me, and I enjoy spending time with him. I think I can see why, but don't forget, Lauren, you are the princess of the Amazons, and he is a slave. Are you not going to let me play with Rhizome anymore? No. No, I won't forbid you from playing with Rhizome. If anything, perhaps he is the best possible steward I could ask for. Ironically, his greatest fault seems to be his overwhelming protective instinct. I can take care of myself. I don't need Rhizome or anyone else to protect me. I think you're right, Lauren. In fact, I would even say at your age you're already a better fighter than he is. You seem to enjoy his company. I don't think it's wrong for you to spend time with him. Of course, I want you to take your responsibilities seriously. Even so, I don't want you to train so hard that you forget to experience the joys of youth. Besides, your ability to cultivate relationships, connect with others may prove just as important as your skill with those two blades. There is a difference between being a mere fighter and being a leader. Someone taught me that lesson not too long ago. I won't be so quick to forget what she showed me. You can go now, Lauren. Try not to get into any more trouble.
Since my king left the throne many ages ago, when our last battle tore us apart, as I stood like a stone, watching time's river flow, with this fog clouding over my heart. I'm lost in this night. My walls are cold and dour. Lost in this night. Only shadows in my keep. I yearn for the dawn. The sunlight shining through my tower. Lift this darkness from me.
Okay, that's what's up. The thing is, though, we have a lot of bonus images and pinup images to unlock. I think the reason we didn't unlock any of the other pinup images is because we got locked into, what's his name? But we're going to try to do this with a, as a visual novel now. Visual novel mode. No battles at all. If you only want to experiment, you may skip small parts of the story this way, some battle sequences. So there is an achievement for completing it as a novel mode, and this will probably make it easier to get all the CGs. Probably. And we'll probably be skipping a fair amount since we're skipping the stuff we've already seen. But that's just the way it goes, right? I'm sorry, but I'm not in a position to accept this mission. I've no desire to take on this heavy responsibility, nor do I have any desire to dash into the waiting jaws of death at the castle of Namar. I'm sure that there are dozens of individuals within the human empire who are equally capable of handling this task. Let it fall to one of them instead. Very well, we'll find someone else. Are you sure that will be all right? I cannot be sure of anything, but realize this, Jade, you are not so special. You said it yourself. There are many individuals who are just as capable as you are, if not more qualified. Will we be able to find them? Only time will tell, but this is not your burden to bear. I wish you the best of luck then. Yeah, so we can decline. I was kind of curious what would happen if we declined, but we can decline. We're just no longer the hero. Following my meeting with Apollo Michaud, I decided to leave Grimoire and head south, just in case Grimoire turned out to be on the frontier of an attack from the undead. With Grimoire at my back, I head to Triberg, one of the biggest towns in southern Esonus. It seems a good place, a safe place to wait out any impending war with the undead. I picked a dwelling near the docks, just in case disaster struck and I needed to take a ship further away from the continent. Weeks passed without news from Namar, and slowly I settled into a daily routine. On occasion, my mind turned to Apollo Michaud's offer, and I briefly wondered what kind of life I might have led if I had accepted his proposal. But I never thought to ever return to Grimoire. My life in Triberg was peaceful and pleasant, if a little boring. By the end of my third month in Triberg, I had almost entirely forgotten about my meeting with Apollo Michaud when I received news from Namar. Apollo Michaud had managed to assemble a team of skilled adventurers who had undertaken the task of investigating Namar. They had apparently sustained heavy losses, though the problem seemed to be solved by all accounts. I didn't get more details beyond that. Grimoire's leadership seemed very interested in keeping the whole ordeal private due to the depressingly high number of casualties, but names began to leak out and rumors to spread as people began telling tales of the adventurers who had survived Namar, as well as those who had sacrificed their lives. Most of the adventurers' names were unrecognizable to me, apart from Raven, who had a reputation as a witch hunter. But knowing how tales spread, perhaps those adventurers would soon be famous. From time to time, I still question whether I made the right choice. On one hand, I missed what could have been the opportunity of a lifetime. I could have been one of those adventurers. But if I had joined them, would I have been one of the adventurers who survived, or one of the casualties? I may not have chosen to take the path of grand adventure, but at least I'm alive. And it just ends the game. Wow, okay. So yes, you can turn them down, but it just ends the game. It just ends the game. Okay, that's interesting to note. You could say that. If I were forced to fight a vampire on fair terms, he would likely overpower me. My combat strength is no match for a vampire, but with my wits I was able to best him, or at the very least force him to flee. So do we actually even need to still buy things? I mean, I would assume we don't, because, I mean, right? I would assume we don't need to buy anything, because it's visual novel mode. We don't need to win the fights. So we should be fine, right? Probably? Hmm. I was just wondering what you all were looking at. What is it there that's caught your interest, boys? Why the hell do you care? I don't care particularly, I was just curious. Well, maybe you should mind your own damn business. I hear the crowd, yeah. I don't remember what I did for the first time there. Maybe it was that we did. Who was that? I don't think I can leave in good conscience until I know what you boys are up to. If you need to know, she's a thief. We were just relieving her of her stolen property. What did she steal? It's no business of yours. I think it is my business. We don't answer to you. If you want a piece of me, just try and take it. I think we pretty much always end up in a fight there, but I'm not completely sure. I mean, I kind of don't want to just leave her, because that sounds kind of bad, right? I don't know. Okay, and it is 1800. We will continue Cursed Lands, get all those pretty little CGs. I'm sure there's an epilogue for everybody as well that we can find. But for today, it is time to end. Stay safe, friends, and I will see if we have anybody to raid. Do, 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 do. Over here on B-Stream. Over here on B-Stream first. Because like I said, if I raid on B-Stream, I'm probably going to raid the Twitch as well, assuming they have a Twitch as well. There are a few on B-Stream that I follow that don't. You are no longer, you are only on for 23 minutes. How weird. Um, mm, oh, you are on? Maybe, maybe not. Didn't I rate you this month? I have rated you this month, so no raid on B-Stream. No raid on B-Stream, guys. Stay safe. Hope to see you later and all that. And god damn, there's nobody on Twitch right now? Wait, there is people on Twitch. That thing just flipped out for me for a second. That gotta love it when technology acts weird. Let's see. We will probably be doing a raid on Twitch, so just feel free to take this raid message. Okay, yeah, we will raid her, I think. Do 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 do. You. Oh, well, never mind. Okay, you know what? No raid on Twitch.